Hello, everyone. Good evening. We're going to go ahead and get started with the special presentations portion of our meeting, or rather before the meeting. And we have a few tonight. The first one that I want to begin with is honoring one of our members here who recently received, it was the Congressional Medal of...
It was a Congressional Veteran Commendation.
The Congressional Veteran Commendation, honoring his years of service to our country in the United States Navy. And since I was unable to make it to be there for the special event, and not only because of that, but because I do feel it's worthy of recognition, I wanted to go ahead and present to you a special certificate of recognition from my office to you. And the certificate of recognition reads, "In acknowledgement of your honorable services in the United States Navy and your enduring leadership to our community, the town of Miami Lakes congratulates you for being a distinguished recipient of the 2025 Congressional Veteran Commendation Award." So congratulations, Councilman Sanchez.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, my colleagues on the dais, thank you very much for this certificate. I volunteered to join the Navy at 19 years old. I dedicated my life to public service at that time, and I do not look back for a single moment and say, this is something that I regret. I look forward to many more years of public service, and once again, thank you for this recognition. Not you, just you, Mr. Mayor, but the Vice Mayor, Councilman.
So why don't we ask the family to come up for a joint photo? Well, I guess, Alexandra, I guess you're it. And yes, thank you to Alexandra Herrera, our local reporter from the Miami Laker, for stepping up for us. Yes, our official Miami Lakes backup photographer. Next up, we are honoring the Zonta Club of Miami Lakes. So if they wouldn't mind starting to come up here. Yes, we have a large group here. Yep. Well, no, they're not even at full strength. Oh, I know. Come on it. No, I know. We're going to have to probably, at some point for the photo, maybe some of us go up there and, just to kind of have everybody closer, for the photo. Yeah, exactly. So... now that we have all the ladies here, this is a special group of ladies that, especially since I've become mayor, and I mean previously before as well, but especially since I've become mayor, I've made it a point to try and collaborate more closely with the club. I participated in their recent governors meeting, right? The regional governors meeting, and been working with them on a variety of other projects. We're currently in process of developing a GIS, in essence, a sort of map of the town that contains certain points of interest related to the Zonta Club. So for those of you that haven't visited the Wall of Dolls, that is located there at the Mary Collins Community Center. It's meant to raise awareness about human trafficking. And there's also a tree that we planted when I was still a council member at Optimus Park. There's all sorts of areas in the town where Zonta has made its mark. And so I wanted to memorialize that in this map and make it available for residents and others if they ever want to visit those sites to be able to do so. So as part of that, though, I also wanted to present a proclamation to them proclaiming November 2025, the entire month, as Zonta Club Month in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas the Zonta Club of Miami Lakes, ZCML, chartered in 1984, is dedicated to empowering women and girls in our community through service, advocacy, and education. We work locally to support initiatives that align with Zonta International's mission to create a meaningful impact at both local and global levels. Whereas this proclamation specifically recognizes Zonta's 16 days of activism for their unwavering commitment to the Zonta Says No to Violence campaign and their tireless efforts to unite and eliminate violence against women and girls. Zonta Club of Miami Lakes envisions a community where women have equal access to resources and opportunities. Women are represented in leadership and decision-making roles, and no woman lives in fear of violence. Whereas ZCML operates within the framework of Zonta International, upholding its mission of empowering women and its vision of a world where women's rights are recognized as human rights, allowing every woman to reach her full potential. ZCML is committed to realizing this vision as the mission drives everything they do in the local community and beyond. Whereas by collaborating with others and engaging with diverse members, ZCML builds a supportive community that creates a meaningful impact alongside other clubs, while contributing to the broader goals of Zonta International to achieve its mission effectively. And whereas this proclamation serves as a reminder of the impact that dedicated individuals can have in creating positive change. The outpouring of support from the Miami Lakes community is a testament to the Zonta Club's meaningful contributions and the profound difference it makes in the lives of women and girls. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim November 2025 as Zonta Club of Miami Lakes Month. Congratulations. There you go. And of course. No, of course. By the way, you guys have a summit coming up soon, no? You guys want to announce it? Well, okay. Well, they have. So here in Chambers on December 2nd, there will be a special, a seminar, related to human trafficking that they are doing in conjunction with the state attorney's office. It will be at 6:30. Did I have that right? At 6 o'clock here in Chambers. So I encourage you all to attend. It's going to be an informative event. Last time they even had a survivor of human sex trafficking present with us. But with that, we're going to go ahead and take a photo. Oh, I see our main photographer has arrived. But thank you, Alexandra. Do we have a representative of the Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board? Where are they? Oh, my apologies. I unfortunately could not make the meeting last week, so my apologies. But with that, please come up. It's your turn. Oh, excellent.
Yep, I already got one.
Well, thank you all for being here. Hello, how are you doing? Hi, how are you doing? Hi, how are you doing? Thank you for being here. So recently, the advisory board held a meeting in Chambers here for the entire community. It was one of their official meetings, but it was open to the public. Unfortunately, I was unable to make it, but this is a body that does great work and provides an important advice role to the county commission on issues involving Hispanic affairs. And so we wanted to thank them for choosing Miami Lakes as the place to hold your meeting by awarding them this proclamation, which proclaims, is a general proclamation, recognizing their work, and it begins, whereas the Miami-Dade County Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board, or HAAB, serves under the Office of Community Advocacy and the Board of County Commissioners, working year-round to advance issues that impact the county's vibrant Hispanic population and promotes civic participation, cultural appreciation, and community engagement. Whereas through its leadership, collaboration, and strategic partnerships, HAAB successfully engaged all 13 county commission districts, constitutional officers, municipalities, and the Consular Corps of Miami in more than 20 events held throughout the 30 days of Hispanic Heritage Month 2025. Whereas this unprecedented level of collaboration demonstrated the county's shared commitment to recognizing and celebrating the cultural, historical, and social contributions of all Hispanic residents who represent 70% of Miami-Dade County's population. Whereas the 2025 national theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future, inspired the board's programming and outreach, which united community leaders, artists, educators, and organizations in celebrating the county's Hispanic heritage and identity. And whereas HAAB's efforts not only strengthened partnerships across municipalities, but also highlighted Miami-Dade County as a model of diversity, inclusion, and civic pride. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby recognize and commend the Miami-Dade County Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board for its outstanding service and contributions to our town, neighboring communities, and abroad. Here you go.
Thank you for having us here. It's a pleasure to be here in Miami Lakes again. I used to live in Royal Oaks, and I left to Doral, but I'm close. I'm still close. I wanted to let you know that in our Office of Community Advocacy, we have 12 advisory boards. We have Commission for Women. We have a Military Affairs Advisory Board. Are you familiar with it? Okay, perfect. So we, Domestic Violence Advisory Board, we have 12 of them. And the human trafficking that we're definitely going to be here. We're definitely going to be participating with you on December 2nd. And thank you so much for doing this great work, because that's one of the initiatives, especially now with FIFA, with the World Cup coming in, that usually there's a lot of human trafficking. So that's one thing that our board had in mind to coordinate with the state attorney's office. So I thank you for taking that initiative, and I look forward to collaborating with you for this. And also for next year, as we prepare for Hispanic Heritage Month, our chairman, Anthony Rodriguez, he also has a resolution for September being Cuban Heritage Month. So we want to do something to honor the Cubans like me. Thank you so much for your time.
Of course. And I hope to see you as well. We always have an annual Hispanic Heritage event. It's always a big hit. We just had one with the Deputy General, I believe it was Deputy Council, is it the Council? Counselor, there we go, of Peru. He had a great time as well, and every year we honor a different nation in the Hispanic diaspora. So I would love to have you guys there again to join us for the big party. So with that, let's get this photo. Next up, there's a business in town that recently myself and a few other council members had the privilege to be able to visit. It's Debonair, all right? They're a large company actually located here in the town of Miami Lakes, something else, another company that we can be very proud of. But I think the thing that stuck out to myself and to many of my colleagues that went is the family nature of the company, right? And I don't just mean the fact that it's family run. It's the fact that speaking to the employees and everyone that worked there, they all felt as if they were family, right? You know, a lot of companies, they always say, oh, we have a family culture and this and the other. And that's not always the case, but you felt it when you were there. And so I'd like to ask their representatives to come here at this time to accept this award, which initially we wanted to present to the founder, but unfortunately he passed away. So he's here to receive this award, or the proclamation on behalf of the family. And we're going to go ahead and read into the record tonight and memorialize it. So we decided to proclaim November 20, 2025, Thanksgiving, as Charlie L. Alisher Day here in the town of Miami Lakes. Again, the founder of the company. Where Charles Alisher was a Lakes business community, having recently celebrated over 30 years of dedicated service as owner and chief executive officer of Debonair Mechanical. Whereas Debonair Mechanical for the past 10 years has established its headquarters in the town of Miami Lakes, servicing both residential and commercial customers while providing turnkey air conditioning, refrigeration, and heating services throughout the state of Florida, with an established culture of placing people over profits. And again, it's genuine. Whereas Charlie, with support of his wife, Mrs. Susie Alisher, Preston and Brett, as well as his business, and Luisa, created an education fund for Debonair Mechanical employees, principal teacher leader, assist families who are looking for a faith choice and Mechanical by positively impacting and promoting of those he knew through various charitable organizations such as Sheridan House Family Ministries, Presbyterian Church, and Hospital, to name a few. Now, authority vested in the town of Miami Lakes, half of the town council, and 33,000 Miami Lakers do hereby proclaim November 25th, 2025 as Charlie L. Alisher Day.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. For those of you who, like the mayor said, didn't have the opportunity to meet Mr. Alisher, he would have been very blessed to have been here today, meeting all of you, getting to know the work, the great work that some of the NGOs are doing. So on behalf of the family, on behalf of our staff throughout the state of Florida, we thank you. This is an amazing gift, and we'll share it always. And it's a nice touch to honor his name and his legacy as part of our culture. And we thank you for that. Happy birthday. Thank you.
Can you get Gonzo? Wait, where is he? Oh, all right, they didn't even see him. All right, it's your turn, man. Come on up. Well, I guess it's very fitting, but the major doesn't like to be in the spotlight, so that's why I guess he was hiding from me there. Yeah. But there you go. So Major Jose Gonzalez is our town commander. He leads our police department here in the town of Miami Lakes, and he's been with us for quite some time. And we wanted to take a moment, because this is his last official meeting that he will be with us. We want to take some time to go ahead and honor him as he prepares to retire after a very long and distinguished career with the Miami-Dade Police Department formerly, and now the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. So Gonzo, as we affectionately call him, we decided to go ahead and proclaim November 18th as your day here in the town of Miami Lakes. And we wanted to give you tomorrow so you can go ahead and celebrate, with everybody that you wanted to, right? So proclaiming November 19th, 2025 as Major Jose Gonzalez Day in the town of Miami Lakes. Whereas Major Jose Gonzalez began his law enforcement career at 19 years of age in New York City as a member of the New York Police Department, eventually moving to Miami-Dade, where he was assigned tasks dealing with narcotics, robbery intervention detail, and investigations, whereas Major Gonzalez was promoted to lieutenant in 2014 and served as the platoon commander at the North Side District. He was then assigned to the Port of Miami, where he oversaw the Incident Containment Team, GIU, Dignitary Protection Unit, the K-9 Unit, Harbor Patrol, and other responsibilities. Very busy, I guess. Whereas after being assigned to the town of Miami Lakes in 2018, he was named acting major 5 years late, and 5 years later, and whereas under the leadership of Major Gonzalez, the town of Miami Lakes has experienced significant multi-year reductions across all major crime statistics.
You're cutting off inside.
Oh, better? Yeah. Significant. Whereas with the 5 years of dedicated service, we extend our heartfelt retirement and wish him many I'm learning. And wish him many joyful years ahead spent with his beloved wife, 4 sons, and 3 grandchildren. Now, therefore, I, Joshua Dieguez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim November 19, 2025 as Major Jose Gonzalez Day. Congratulations, Major. I know you don't have to talk.
Giving you like a week or something.
No, a shift.
A shift. Yeah. Name a shift after you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate. Thank you, council, mayor, vice mayor. I actually caught off guard. Didn't know this was coming, so great surprise. Got a phone call like 20 minutes ago. Hey, you got to come early today because the meeting's starting early. Okay. So I would have maybe addressed appropriately had I known I was getting an award, so I apologize, but this is normally how I dress for my meetings. Thank you. You know the saying, it takes a village? Well, here it takes a town, right? So it's this I couldn't get this without everyone in the town, the residents, you know, all my friends that I've come over the years, the support from the council, the mayor, and previous councils. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, we've been friends for a long time before he was a councilman, and we worked on a lot of great things, like my partnership with all my staff. Obviously, my staff, you know, you can't win a Super Bowl without the players, right? Doesn't matter if you're Jerry Jones. If the players aren't good, you can't win. So the winning team's right over there. Head coach, I'm like the owner now, you know. And the players, they're Super Bowl caliber here in the town. Our deputies are great. Obviously, all the town staff, you guys are great. I mean, the family that we have, the communication, the teamwork that we share together is you know, impeccable. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Still got another month and a half, but I'm going to miss you guys. Thank you.
We're not done yet, actually. There's also another group of people that wanted to pay tribute to you, so I'm going to ask them to come up at this time. Would the members of the Public Safety Committee come up? I'm going to turn it over now to the chairman of the committee, Carlos Andres Blanco.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Carlos Andres with Public Safety Committee. I want to get everybody from MDSO to come up here. You know, this is a big party. This is for, you know, someone that has served our community for over 30 years. You know, that's a long time. Has been serving Miami Lakes for since 2018. And, you know, I have the honor of being in public safety, so I get to work with a lot of our folks in law enforcement. And I hear nothing but respect for Major Gonzalez, Gonzo. They refer to as a good street cop, no nonsense kind of guy. You know, perfect example is something that, you know, happened to me. I had a home burglary a couple of years ago. He remembered all the details of, and that's very rare in Miami Lakes, very rare. But he remembered all the details of that, and years after, just shows you how intimately he's involved in every investigation that happens here in the town. Recently, and we get a lot of you know, complaints sometimes from Bob Graham traffic, and we had an issue with a traffic light. And guess who was out there at 6:30 in the morning controlling that traffic light? This guy. All right, that's a true leader, someone that rolls up their sleeves and, you know, just does what it takes, you know, to deliver that service. So we thank you. This trophy actually is, or plaque, better said, they requested that you actually open it up yourself because it was something very neat and different. So all the pressure's on you, Drew, from Vita Customs. Hopefully he likes it. There you go. Congratulations.
All right, before we go ahead and everybody sits down, our former, there we go, Chief Abel Fernandez is here, our battalion chief for the area. Formerly, he wanted words to honor our police major as he prepared to retire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Madam Clerk, Mr. Manager. Abel Fernandez, retired battalion chief that was assigned here to the town. I wanted to say a few words about Major Gonzalez tonight. We call him affectionately Gonzo. And Major Gonzalez started in law enforcement in 1990, worked for New York City, and came down to beautiful South Florida in '93. So his career spans 35 years. That's a long time for anybody's life. And let me tell you a little bit about Major Gonzalez. Let's start with his commendations. He had a Gold Medal of Valor, Silver Medal of Valor, a Purple Heart, over 90 commendations. How many times were you Employee of the Year? 12 times? Long time, many times Employee of the Year. These are all moments, Carlos, how are you? These are all moments that he's taken away from his family, from holidays, from the opportunity to spend precious moments while he protected those here in South Florida, especially here as he ended his career in the town of Miami Lakes. And that speaks volumes of the type of individual that Major Gonzalez is. I've witnessed, since I've been working with him, his dedication to this town. Let's start by the 162nd Street turn signal that he got to go into Royal Oaks. Thank you so much for that, and alleviating traffic. For the license plate reader program throughout the town, for lowering our crime rate to probably one of the lowest in the entire county, right, Mr. Mayor?
In the state. Actually.
In the state. This is due to his leadership, to his team that I see some of them there, and to his willingness to give service before self. And I appreciate his friendship, and I'm going to miss Major Gonzalez. He's an incredible friend. And I just want to say that his son picked a better career. He's a fireman. So, thank you.
That was great. that was a great finish to all that. We are going to go ahead and begin our meeting at 6:30 sharp. So we now have a 20-minute recess between now and then. Again, Major Gonzalez, congratulations, and we're gonna miss you. So we'll be back at 6:30. 6:30 p.m. The date is November 18, 2025. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Present.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
Mayor Diegues.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Everyone, please rise for the invocation led by the Vice Mayor, Brian Morera.
Thank you, Mayor. Lord, we thank you for bringing us together here today. On this week where we prepare for the Thanksgiving holiday, we want to give you thanks, first and foremost, for our families, for putting up with us and the sacrifices that we have to do. We thank you for the opportunity to serve. We thank you for our staff. We thank you for our law enforcement, our armed forces. We pray for all of those who are traveling to be with their loved ones, and especially for those who cannot be with their loved ones because they are serving our great country. We ask that you help guide us through our discussions and our deliberations today and do the will of the people. Amen.
Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors, which will be handled by our local Girl Scout troop. They may proceed. Thank you very much. Well done. Before we move on to the order of business, we are going to be selecting the vice mayor for the next year. Everyone should have been presented with a short thin strip of paper to go ahead and write their nomination. If everyone has filled them out, please make sure that they get over to the clerk. Madam Clerk, you want to collect them at this time? And then the clerk will go ahead and call out the nominations one by one until we have a vice mayor.
Very well. I'm going to start. Mayor Dieguez nominated Brian Morera. Councilmember Garcia nominates Ray Garcia. Councilmember Stephen Hersberg nominates Brian Morera. Vice Mayor Brian Morera nominates Brian Morera. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia nominates Brian Morera. Councilmember J.C. Fernandez nominates Brian Morera. And Councilmember Sanchez nominates Brian Morera. So, Vice Mayor Morera, congratulations. You are once again the Vice Mayor for the term starting now.
Congratulations, Vice Mayor, on your second term. I'll let him go around and say thanks, and then we'll get straight into the order of business. All right, Council, we are now on the order of business. Are there any deferrals, additions, or deletions to the agenda? Councilman Sanchez, I believe earlier you had indicated that you had some. So you're recognized to go ahead and make your motion or your proposed changes.
Yes, I'd like to move 11A and 17B to after public comments.
11A and
17B.
17B.
Second.
Oh, hold on. Let's see if there's any. Is that it?
Sorry.
Does anyone else have any changes? Councilman Hersberg.
Thank you. First, I would like to pull 9K and defer to next meeting. I believe we have a 9. What? It's 9.
Master plan.
K.
Yeah, 9K. K is in kilo. And move it for January meeting. I don't believe we've had enough time to review.
So to
that
defer.
matter. Defer it, correct.
Okay.
And also, pull 13C from consent.
Okay, and I'm going to read these back into the record once we have all the changes. Anyone else with changes? Manager Peterman.
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to recommend that we combine 9L with 16B and 16C.
Hold on. 9L and what other ones?
16B like boy and 16C like Charlie.
B. My question is, do you want to take them then at the time that we take up 9L?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I'll incorporate those as my proposed changes, since it has to come from the council. So just to recap all the changes, 11A and 17B after public comments.
Yep.
Item 9K, 9K will be deferred to the January meeting, and 9L will be heard concurrently with, where is it? 16B and 16C, and 13C, pardon me, is pulled from consent. With that, is there a motion?
I'll move the amended agenda.
I second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the agenda is modified accordingly. Madam Clerk, please, we're going to go into public comments, which are now open, and Madam Clerk, please read the rules into the record.
Yes, first of all, good evening and welcome to the council chambers, to the regular council meeting. If you're here for public comments, as we always say, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and we will give you 3 minutes. And I also like to always remind for public comments that questions or comments from the public attending shall always be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and the efficiency of the meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. I also welcome the viewers, the participants that we have via Zoom and remote. If you want to participate from home, the only thing you need to do is, and if you wish to speak, of course, just click on the reactions item and selecting raise hand, and IT will allow you to participate. And if you want to call during the meeting to participate or to listen, the only thing you need to do is raise your hand by pressing hashtag number 9. And as well, IT will allow you to participate. So again, public comments has begun. please just approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
With that, public comments is now open. For those in chamber, please just walk up to the microphone and your time will start once you're ready. Please remember name and address for the record.
Hello. Okay. Good evening, Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. I'm here today to really address one individual. He's standing over there. That would be the mayor, okay? Today is the last council meeting. Congratulations. You made it, okay? Should get a badge for that, Medal of Honor. You know, hint, hint, get him a trophy. But no, yeah. But I just want to mention, you know, I remember meeting the mayor when he first started, okay? And he delivered on a promise that someone else had made and unfortunately did not keep. And it was to kind of help us with our traffic flow. And I recall, because, you know, since, you know, I'm so shy and I don't express my views, you know, that we were having problems with the synchronization of the lights. So although we thought the county was going to come in and do what they were supposed to do, and this person had talked to that person, none of that happened. But there was this one person, the mayor, also known as the traffic whisperer, who actually went a step above, and he went out there and, you know, would kind of manage the traffic flow just by changing the lights, okay? And I remember that moment simply because, to me, it demonstrated dedication to this town and to this community. So, Major Gonzalez, and I know I'm not supposed to talk to them, but I'm going to break your rules. Major, okay? Thank you so much for the years of service that you have dedicated to this community. You would be sorely missed. I know you're leaving us in good hands, not that you're not. However, okay, you've given us your best, okay? And for that, I hope that now you get to enjoy your retirement. And, you know, if for some reason, you know, the traffic is flowing and, you know, you get a message from me, just, you know, relay it over there, okay? So that's it. Thank you so much, and have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Claudia. And I just want to note it for the record that those rules predate me. With that said, next speaker, please. Madam Clerk.
Evening, everybody. Miguel Martinez, 17670 Northwest 78th Avenue. You know me as the vice chair for the Blaskin Advisory Board, and I'm sharing with you some photographs of the canal that item 9C is coming up on your agenda. It's finally being addressed. Unfortunately, it's not being addressed proper. You'll notice on those photographs that I provided the previous council the failure of the embankment. And this includes the light posts that are on the embankment, and they're falling into the canal. This is the opposite side that's being addressed by the repairs going on. However, both sides are affected equally. What's being done improper is the ignoring of the elephant in the room. This is seismic activity. This is not erosion, as the canal embankment repair has been earmarked for. The damage occurring is not erosion, it's seismic. As we know, the seismic activity is coming from our neighbor to the north, northeast, northwest of us, creating some seismic explosions underground, and the effects get carried with the water body. So on the reports provided by the engineers and previous advertisement by the manufacturer of the company for the repairs that were done, the material used, it's calling for erosion. Erosion happens for a shear force, like a pair of scissors through paper, where you have wind or water current. We don't have current in that canal, very little. You have very little wind. And on the opposite side of this canal, it's evident of what's happening, and it's seismic. So I'm making you aware of what's going on. The reports by Calvin D'Adriano do not address it. They address other items such as a lizard or iguana rather damage to the embankment, which is hard to believe, with other sources of damage, but it does not mention seismic. So I wanted to bring that to your attention to address the matter properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker in chambers. Is there anyone else here in council chambers who would like to come up to the microphone and speak? Excellent. Welcome back.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Matos, and I live at 16340, and I know why I'm here tonight. Major Gonzalez, I know I'm not supposed to address you either, but I'm going to. And I'm going to call you Gonzo. I hope that doesn't offend anyone. There's a little saying that goes something like, we might not remember what someone said, but we will always remember how they made us feel. I will always remember the night that I came home after probably a 15-hour day, and in my door was a little white piece of paper folded. I still have it. I tried to find it so I could bring it. And I thought, oh my God, now what did I do? And it was a note from you right after you started, and you were going about checking your neighbors in the community. And I remember coming home and opening that note, and how I felt that night was the beginning of a great friendship. I will never forget that. Every person feels noticed by you. You made us feel heard, respected, secure, safe. And in doing all of that, you also had an element of fun. That smile won the hearts of everybody in our town. I'm not gonna lie. These guys are awesome. They're gonna have to bring their own shoes because yours are huge to fill. And thinking back over the last few years, I'm just truly honored to be your friend. You're stuck with me forever. I know that kills you, but that's just gonna be the way it is. You're a gentleman, you're a hero to so many, your family is amazing, and the people that serve with you, I know, respect you and care about you like we all do. Thank you for your service. I'm sorry I missed everything earlier tonight. I drove 90 to get here. And it's just hard to believe that we're at this juncture tonight, but enjoy your retirement. I can see you looking out over that lake with a cigar and a great glass of wine, and cheers to you. You're really special. Thank you.
Any other speakers here in chambers before we go to remote public comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please check to see if there are any online.
No participants online, Mayor.
Excellent. Public comments is now closed, and we are going to take up 11A per the previous order. Mr. Chair from the Youth Activities Task Force, please come up and give your report.
All right. Good evening, everyone. For those that don't know me, my name is Brian Rodriguez, the chair for the Town of Miami Lakes Youth Activities Task Force. I've had the honor and privilege of being the chair for the last, I believe, 5 years now. Tonight is just a quick report on the committee. As of right now, everything is going smoothly. We have a bunch of new members, a bunch of new students doing an amazing job on our committee. Attendance is at a high right now. We haven't had much issues with attendance, much issues in general. Everyone's working together and getting things done to get these events going. Last month we had our Halloween event. Although it was a little bit rainy, it was a big success, huge success. Thank you to the council members that were there that night, as well as the police department and all our sponsors. We had over 150 volunteers from different local high schools, and everyone had a great time. In December, I believe it's December 12th. Don't count me, or correct me if I'm wrong, it's either December 12th or the 13th. I believe it's the 12th. We have our holiday festival coming up. We did it last year. It was an amazing success. We're doing it again this year. There's gonna be a movie, food trucks, activities, pictures with Santa Claus, different things like that. I know there were plans of decorating the park. I don't know how that's going yet, but we're gonna figure something out. And I invite you all to be there that night. It's gonna be a great night. Overall, that's it. We're pretty simple. We're to the point. We get things done and we do it effectively and efficiently.
Through the chair.
Vice Mayor, you're recognized.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Chair Rodriguez, on the October meeting having perfect attendance. The entire committee was there, and yours is not a small committee, so that's no small feat. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions of the chair? All right, you may go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Short and sweet, the way I like it. With that, we're taking up 17B by Councilman Sanchez. You're recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me a second so I can turn over to that page. Okay, so just to give a little bit of background, the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Committee is dedicated to the creation of a Veterans Wall to be located within Veterans Park. In accordance with guidance provided by the Town Council, retired Colonel William Perez has prepared conceptual renderings for the proposed Wall of Honor. It is recommended that the Town Council approve the proposed renderings to authorize the commencement of fundraising efforts necessary to support and complete the Veteran Honor Wall project. My motion is to go ahead and approve these images, and I will give the floor to Colonel Perez so that he can explain a little more.
Colonel, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Nice placard, by the way.
Yes, it was given to me by the Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart. I believe some of the other council members have it as well.
For the record, I second the motion.
I would like to, first of all, thank the Major for all his decades of service. Thank you very much, sir. As someone who served, I realize the sacrifices your family has made in order to support you and keep us all safe, and I want to thank them as well. The other thing is I'd like to congratulate Councilman Sanchez on winning being awarded the Congressional Veterans Commendation Award by Congressman Diaz-Balart, and thank all those who were present for it. The other thing I want to do is I want to discuss the memorial, the honor wall. We had renderings done, and I wanted to give a little bit of background about the renderings. The renderings were done by a third-generation Miami Laker. His grandfather lived in Miami Lakes. He was a civil engineer. His father lived in Miami Lakes. He was a civil engineer. And this one, Julio Brea III, graduated from University of Miami Art School of Architecture with honors. And so when I approached him, he said he'll gladly do it. And he asked for very little money for what an architect would pull for this. And we are very, very thankful. Let's put it this way. The little money I can approve as a chair, that's all he asked for. So, and that's all he wanted, because he felt that it was giving back to the hometown of his father and his grandfather. The renderings basically will be honoring all service members who are residents of Miami Lakes. The renderings, basically we're going to fundraise with those renderings. That's our marketing material. So phase 2 is to start marketing it and creating a marketing package with those renderings in it to go to talk to other foundations and philanthropies in order to get donations. The other thing is I want to thank the town manager, Ed Peterman, and Councilman Sanchez, because they put me in contact with Olivia, the grants administrator for the town, and we're going to also be working on grants as well. I'm going to reach out. We're going to fundraise, and so far we have raised, as a committee, roughly about $70,000. So we're going to go and get some more funds. We expect the cost to be around $400,000 to construct this thing. And the goal is to not have any taxpayer dollars used to build it. And it will take some time. This is not going to happen next year, not the year after, unless, you know, Elon Musk cuts me a check. But, you know, you never know. So, but the plan's moving forward, and we have a lot of support from the county. We have a lot of support from the state representative, and we have a lot of support from the U.S. Congressman as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Colonel. And the Vice Mayor already went ahead and seconded the motion. Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
First of all we're doing today is kind of just giving an approval on the overall design, right? Yeah, I love the design personally. I think it's very reflective. I think there's nowhere better than Veterans Park to have a Veterans Memorial. My only, I guess, 2 cents that I would add to it is that top ledge where it goes around, again, maybe I'm going too into the specifics, is yes, skateboarding. Is some form of bumps or something to prevent skateboarding. One of the renderings, there's a person kind of sitting on there. I don't know if that would be something considered disrespectful.
I'll be fine if they're sitting there because they'll be looking at the names. You know, I mean,
like that's totally
we
fine.
want it to be a place where people can relax and have a tranquil moment.
Then the only concern would be the skateboarding. Maybe that's going too into the specifics for this stage, but just wanted to point that out with that design. But otherwise, I truly love it.
Any comments?
Through the
Any
chair.
further discussion? Councilman Garcia.
I think it's an amazing job that person did. It's simple but yet reflective, and the size is perfect, exactly for what our needs are. And I love this design, so I'm going to be voting for it, of course.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? No. Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
17B passes. Take care, Colonel. And we are now back on the regular order of business, beginning with 9A, adoption of 2026 council meeting schedule. Manager Peterman?
Yes.
Pardon me. Before you do that, I'm going to back up to 8. Even though there are no appointments, I just want to note for the record that there were 3 committee removals, and just wanted to make that statement for the record. All right. With that, Manager Peterman on 9A.
Yes, the clerk put the schedule together. It's got all the meeting dates, the deadlines for the council member new business items, the staff deadlines, and the date that the agenda gets published. And we're just looking for adoption so we can plan out the rest of the year.
I'll move it. Is there a second? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. I'm thinking of reopening up the order of business to move 9B to the end of the meeting. I'm kidding. Major Gonzalez, 9B, the monthly police report.
Good evening, Major Gonzalez, town commander. This one might be a little longer of a police report since it's going to be my last. Please start the timer. Let me come in. Right before we start, respectfully, if I could ask everybody to stand and join me in a moment of silence for Deputy Devin Jaramillo, who was killed on the line of duty November 7th. Thank you. You may be seated. This one hit a little closer for me, and I know the lieutenant shares the same. We used to serve with his father when we worked at the port together prior to coming here to the town. David's a great guy, and we share our condolences for him and his family. I'd like to start with sharing with you guys, many of you have been able to share with us some of the town accomplishments that we as a team have been able to accomplish during my tenure here. The first one is the Grinch Buster detail. That is not something I came up with, but has been going on. But when I came here, it wasn't something that was being practiced. So just developed a little plan on identifying some of the locations where we can implement that. Basically, it's normally during the holiday season, and we want our residents to feel safe while dining out, or coming not directly home from shopping. Sometimes people are victimized after they shop. They leave their stuff in their car, so and they go eat. So what we were doing is we're deploying officers with their high visibility. We've been doing this now for years, to the shopping centers where there's dining and shopping. We do have them up the 6th-7th Avenue corridor from Vicky's to Pollo, the Main Street area. We also deploy them over by Sushisaki and McDonald's, and by the Chipotle shopping center in the Outback. So that's normally Thursday through Sunday, starting Black Friday, all the way through the Christmas. So it's been very successful. We haven't had any incidents since the program was implemented, and we're just happy to share that it's been very successful so far. So we're going to continue with that. The decoy vehicle program, that's a funny one, right? Well, the one I started when I got here, and people know it now, but they didn't know it for about a year, if it was real or not. And then obviously our residents know, but it's not really to trick our residents, it's to trick the outsiders, right? That don't drive through here every day. I call it the 6th man on the team, right? You'd rather have 6 men than 5. And that car being out there, believe it or not, deters a lot of crime. If you put it on 87th Avenue, tomorrow it might be a real officer. We do that a lot too. We switch it up daily, and then we put a real officer. But you'll see it parked there by itself, and you could tell when they see it when the brake lights come on. And I've done it myself. Park down like 30 yards down the road, stand there, and watch till the brake lights. You count the brake lights coming on. So it works. It slows drivers down, especially during the nighttime and the daytime. So it's been successful. The other thing that we implemented was the contact card program. I think Ms. Matos was nice enough to talk. That was one of those. It's a card that you get. Our officers, we just pass by businesses or residents. We do it when our residents have watch orders and they go out of town. Kind of, it's a good feeling to come home and see a card. Hey, the police officer passed by. Wow, I didn't know that, while I was at work. Or our business was being checked on when they woke up in the morning. They see the officers came by in the midnight hours and checked on the businesses. So that was a card that was more community policing. It's another force multiply, letting our residents know that we are around and there's, an officer was actually at your house. We enhanced our traffic enforcement unit from 2 officers to 4. We thought that we needed to do a little more traffic, so now we have 2 officers in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. And the morning traffic officers help us with the traffic that we started deploying them on 154th Street, helping us with the turn lanes, and 7-9 Court. Obviously, the license plate reader program has taken off. We've added them to mobile to the police cars. We've also put them in nice strategic areas around the town. And it's been very successful. I know we share a lot of the success stories with you guys. So that's taken off, and we continue to add to that. Implemented the minimum staffing. That's very important. That means that at every shift, we're always going to have a minimum amount of officers, no matter what. If somebody calls out sick, we're going to get it staffed, and we'll never be short. And that's going to reflect on response times, high visibility, and quality service for our residents. The traffic light enhancement of the synchronization. One of the things I did notice, I'll tell you a quick story. The major was here before, Javi, great guy. I come from the crime fighting background, never did any traffic, and he's like, hey, I know you're used to chasing bad guys and you're on a SWAT team, but there's none of that going on here. Our biggest problem is traffic. And I was like, really? Okay. Well, I put 200% to everything I do, whether it's paperwork, traffic, or shooting. So, I did a little analysis, I saw some problems, identified a couple of issues. It's very, very lucky to have great engineers from the town at the time that was, very hands-on. They were out there with me personally, and, we were able to tweak some things. We still have issues. We got the cameras at the office now. I've got cameras in my office. We've got cameras at the front. We have them on our phones, on tablets, where we're constantly every day watching the cameras for any issues or any anomalies that might occur, which they do from time to time. But if you look back to prior to 2018, the traffic was really bad, and now it's pretty much improved. So, you know, we could always do better, but, you know, right now we're doing the best that we can with that. The high visibility detail that we started up on the midnights. That's very important because, again, it's a crime deterrent, also a response time deterrent, and helps with quality of life. We also have the traffic enforcement detail that we've enhanced and come up with, where we have now 5 officers in a group doing speeding where there's major issues, or double turn, and any other major traffic concerns. We've implemented one of the things that we didn't have before was the EOD sweeps, the explosive detection sweeps at major events. We just had it for the gala and State of the Town. We work with the Grams also on their Main Street security detail now, where we had a little bit of a high pickup, I would say, in a little bit of crime and juvenile delinquency, where we were able to get that under control. Working with the Grams, we came up with a good plan. We have some off-duty officers there now at key points, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, and that's been working very well year to date. So I think they're very happy with that, and we'll continue with that. We've also added, obviously, enhanced security to all major town events, 4th of July, Halloween, and we've upgraded our aging police vehicles to newer cars. We just got 14 brand new cars that you see with the sheriffs, and we've also upgraded our bicycles. We've also, and lastly, have updated the quality of life at the station, where now, you know, our officers are getting breakfast at times, drinks in the fridge where they could come get a drink, and actually that helps out, you know, with their, you know, it shows motivation. You come to a good workplace, good work environment, and you get a good work product. So that's another thing that's very important. You got to treat your people good. You got to teach your people right. Okay, with that said, it's going to lead into my stats. So, starting with the citations. Between October 1st to November 15th, I wanted to give you current. We wrote 533 written citations, 336 verbal warnings, and 7 parkers. Crime statistics, part 1, crimes. From the homicides, we've had no homicides year to date in the town. The robberies, we went down from 4 last year to 2, 50% reduction. And those 2, I think, were domestic. So it's not like a guy showed up with a gun and robbed the bank. Larcenies, last year we had 66. This year we have 21. So had a great reduction in that, over 50, almost 60% reduction. Auto thefts, 73 last year, and we're going down because we were in the hundreds, 150s, 200s. This year, right now, auto thefts, we have 39. That's a 47% reduction. And burglary commercial, we had 4 last year and 1 this year. That's a 75% reduction. And just one little note that, like I said prior, that the average was 20 a year. 20 commercial burglaries a year, we're down to 1. Okay, and this is mid-November. Residential burglaries. When I first got here, we were around 75 a year. Average, 50, 60, 75. Last year we had 5, this year we have 1. So that's an 80% reduction from last year to this year alone, and a 99% reduction in the last 8 years. I'm very proud of those numbers. Aggravated assaults, down 20%. Aggravated batteries down 50%. And the vehicle burglaries, we're down 30% for this year, but we're down 70% overall since I got here. Like I said before, this is a Super Bowl team, and you have to have great players on your team to achieve this. This is not me. This is my guys, my staff, our residents working together with your support. We ask for things. We need new cars. You got it. We need funding for the midnight burglary detail. You got it. The town manager, very supportive. Tony Lopez, another great individual. I've known him since before I came. He was one of my interviewers to come to the town. town staff, great team. I know I said it earlier, but Danny Angel wasn't here, so I'll repeat myself. Great teamwork, good communication. We get it done. Like I said, this takes a village, but here it takes a town. It's everybody involved. It's not just me, the residents. Thank you to the residents, all the residents and friends that I've made over the years. Ms. Matos, Claudia, Abel, Councilman Cuadro Garcia, who I've known for many years since I first got here. Mirta, may she rest in peace. And many others that I can't name right now. Just a funny story, this is more personal for me. I moved nearby the town almost 30 years ago, before the town had boundaries. Then I got bounced out, so I thought I was a town resident until they incorporated, then I was no longer technically a town resident. And, but the town was my home. This is where my kids played sports. This is where I coached. This is where we came to the movies. This is where we ate, we dined, we shopped. So this is very dear to me. And I never thought when I started my career 32 years ago with Miami-Dade Police Department back then, that I would end my career here. And it's an honor and very humbling to be able to finish it in the town that I love most. And with that, I say thank you. Any
Major-
questions, comments, or concerns?
Well, I'll go ahead and start us off there. I just want to say, Major, thank you for your service to the town. Ever since I got in the council in 2018, you have been a stand-up individual. Very, always transparent about everything, always communicative whenever I had a question or an issue that I needed addressed, and I appreciate you for that. And I think the statistics you just read off really demonstrate the caliber of the leader that you are, and I thank you for all the efforts that you just went through. Like, everything that you've implemented has made this town safer, and that is our primary goal up here as elected officials. So thank you sincerely from the bottom of my heart for keeping the town that I love, that I've grown up in, safe as well. You will be missed, especially our jokes every now and again. Who else wants to go next? Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for making this town better. We can only hope we can leave a legacy like you have with this town. Being able to live here and feel as safe as we all do, it's because of the work and the work that your deputies do. But what you said was funny when you said you give 200% of everything, which is true. I remember the first time I discussed anything with you was when the Blasting Advisory Board thought it was a good idea to do a bike ride, and we did one. And you were the one that met with me and we discussed the route, and I was like, wow, this guy's taking this really seriously. We're just doing a bike ride. But you put 200% into just a committee bike ride, right? And that shows the effort that you put into everything you do here. So, the statistics speak for themselves. I believe we live in the safest town in Dade County, and it's because of the work that you and your deputies do. So we're going to miss you. I know we got a great team coming behind you that will continue the good work. And hopefully you don't be a stranger to Town Hall.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to repeat everything, right? The stats speak for themselves, but what I will say is your impact here is felt in the small interactions, as those mentioned by Ms. Matos, right? The way you made them feel, the big things, the big changes you implemented. I think that every time I look at these schedules, I can hear him saying, wow, under his breath, and I'm doing the same thing, because they really are staggering. When you look at residential burglaries, so a number that was in the 60s, 70s, 80s in the past is now at 1 for the entire year. You're creating bad habits in this town, man. People are leaving their doors unlocked now. No, but seriously, we thank you so much for all you do for us, all you've done for us, and hopefully all you continue to do in your retirement, whether it be coaching another team or wherever life leads you. I wish you the best of luck, and I thank you wholeheartedly for all of your service.
Thank you.
Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah, I won't repeat it again, but thank you for your service. We really appreciate it. Our town is better because of you and the deputies, and we're going to miss you.
Thank you.
Councilman Sanchez.
2 words come to mind when I think of Gonzo. Gold standard. You have set the gold standard for securing our way of life in Miami Lakes, from traffic to the reduction in crime to just keeping our way of life secure, not just for the current generations, but for generations to come, because you have set that blueprint. You have set that framework for others to follow. If I can make a motion to not allow the retirement of Major Gonzo to occur, I will be more than happy. I know this is something that is way outside of our purview, but if I could set a motion to not allow you to retire, I would do that.
Thank you.
But gold standard is what comes to mind. And for years of service, not just in Miami Lakes, but to the county, to the state, you have set the standard as an example to the rest of the county. Thank you, Gonzo.
Thank you, sir.
We really appreciate it.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Gonzo, man, just 2 words: class and competence. You're a gentleman, and you treat everybody around you and the residents with you're a gentleman. You treat them with respect and competence. There's not one thing, as the councilman said, that the smallest little thing you took so seriously, and you put 200%, like you said, and that competence has shown by the results of, we're one of the safest, if not in the state and in the country, because of you and your team. So again, enjoy your retirement, brother, because you deserve it. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
I can't say anything more. I mean, it was all said. Those words, echoing those words, we're going to miss you. Sincerely, from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And with that, Gonzo, you're relieved.
Mayor, I want to add something.
Absolutely, Madam Clerk.
Gonzo, I thank you, and I agree with everything stated earlier, but I just want to say, as the town clerk and a supervisor of elections, you always assisted me. You provided me guidance, security. I know exactly what you're thinking during the election cycle, during qualifying, during the debates. So I will never forget that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina.
Manager Peterman.
Gonzo, the reason that he's here as our major was, number 1, the unequivocal recommendation of Major Ruiz before he left our command, and I concurred with him. And we bypassed some of the normal processes, and we said, if you're going to send me a list, make sure this name is on the list. And we'll soon have another decision, and I'll be meeting with the sheriff in the next couple weeks to have that conversation. And the important thing is not so much the things that you do, it's the leadership that you display, because it's a 24/7 operation, right? And the thing that sometimes people don't realize is that you can't be every single corner, every single minute of every single day. And the leadership that you demonstrate is that you have gotten your guys to do things not because you're making them, not because the big boss downstairs, in the major's office is making you do A, B, C, or D, right? It's because you've convinced them that it's the right thing to do. And these guys have bought in. Whatever Kool-Aid you're serving, they're drinking it, right? And we have you, Javi before you, Lieutenant Ulloa. You guys have put together an incredible team. And I worked for 33 years in public safety, and even though it wasn't law enforcement, we're, as we say in Spanish, primo hermano. We're first cousins, and we did a lot of things in conjunction. The areas that you guys patrol, we responded to, and I know the good, the bad, and the ugly. Right? You could recognize it a long way away. Both of my brothers were in law enforcement, so it's very near and dear. I really, really appreciate, as a boss, the loyalty that you showed to me and the leadership that you showed, because you always have somebody above you and somebody below you. Even the council, right? They have 33,000 bosses, right? So it's never easy to serve above you, and you have to serve those below you, and you've demonstrated that. So I want to thank you for all your loyalty, all your performance, and that you left this place better than what you found it. And it was difficult, right? Because Javi did a great job. But you found a way to leave this place better than how you found it. And I thank you for that.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor.
I'll allow it, but please don't bill us for this time. Mr. Attorney.
Oh, God. We can have a conversation about that later. Look, I just want to say something overall. I work with these gentlemen, and I know them all, and we see crap on TV, and we see people talking on TV and everything else. But until you work with these gentlemen every day and know what they do, how they do it, how they come to work, how they serve us, you can't appreciate it. These gentlemen, besides, we know they put their lives on the line. They give up time from their families. They work holidays. They work off shifts. They have to cover for each other. They're in danger. They get harassed, and they still show up with that smile on their face every day. To me, that says a lot, and that's appreciated, not just for the major, but for the officers that serve with them, both above them and below them. To me, it makes a big difference, and we're safer, and we're a better city and a better town because of things like that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And with that, thank you very much. Yes, now you are relieved, at least officially. So with that said, we are now on 9C, the Canal Stabilization Report. Mr. Manager, you are recognized to go ahead and introduce the report. And I'm going to briefly turn over control of the meeting to the Vice Mayor. Don't mess it up.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to our Public Works Director, who has worked hand in hand with our consultant from Calvin Giordano. And so they have a presentation to present their report, and I won't belabor the point. I'll leave it up to them.
All right. So, good evening, Council and Mayor. Omar Santos, Public Works Director. First of all, congratulations, Gonzo. Hope you enjoy this next phase in your life with your family. All right, get to the point. So we're here to present the Canal Bank Stabilization Phase 1 report. The town hired Calvin Giordano and Associates to perform this inspection for us, an engineering report, as we internally, we don't have the resources to do this. I'm gonna go. And right now, I'll go ahead and present the engineer who led this inspection and prepared the report, Eric Padron. He's a professional engineer, licensed professional engineer with Calvin Giordano and Associates. And I'll go ahead and let him get started and introduce himself as well.
Thank you, Omar. I need to read this, so let me put my glasses on. All right, so the town, oh, okay. Good evening. So the town had a problem with phase 1 of the canal. The canal has been built in 3 phases right now, and the town had an issue with phase 1 where the slopes were unstable. So they asked for us if we would review the site. So I work with attorneys for 7 years, so the first thing you do is ask, hey, what's your experience in this kind of stuff? So my name is Eric Padron. I have a bachelor's in engineering from University of Florida, master's from FIU in specialty in structures. I was 22 years in construction and maintenance with FDOT. I was a District 6 resident engineer over Miami and the Keys, South Miami and the Keys, all the expressways, et cetera. I was in D4, I was operations engineer, again over maintenance and construction. Have a lot of experience with lakes, canals, everything, seawalls, all kinds of things. I was also a contractor in Jacksonville, and I've been a CEI for 8 years, 3 years as director of CGA for CEI. Okay, so I hired a subconsultant, Cumming Sitterberg, to specialize, to do the marine inspection for it. So I haven't gotten to the second slide yet. So, okay, thank you. So they perform the field inspection. They are a very specialized marine inspector. So they do all kinds of piers, tremendous experience. And we use them a lot because they're so good. So they evaluated the phase 1, and they created a report, which is signed and sealed, which I attached under my report, which is also signed and sealed. So basically, they looked at all the potential issues. They just basically put it black and white. So if we can go into the next slide. All right. So we looked at, we reviewed the different phases of the phase 1. We wanted to make sure we did a nice job for you guys to look at everything, right? So we reviewed the project documents from phase 1. I worked on the phase 3, so I was aware of what we did in phase 3. I also managed it. We reviewed phase 1 project documents. We reviewed the field review and documentation that was provided by Sitterberg. We reviewed the manufacturer recommendations from Presto, the analysis of the field data, the analysis of all the data together, and then we provided possible causes and then recommendations for repair and replacement. Next slide. Okay. There's a lot more in the report, but I just want to kind of give you the key points and the brief on it. So like I said, we reviewed the project documents, including the plans, the project specs, and the records. Some key points. The existing slope was fine to medium sand. You can see that on the left side of the slide. That's the yellow part, and you can see where the wall is in the same location. So that is, so the existing material out there is fine to medium sand per the geotech soil samples. The design is on the right side of that slide. It was designed as the base with 57 stone. 57 stone is used in DOT a lot for structures. In fact, the structure projects, a lot of them have 57 stone underneath the structures for drainage and pipe, etc. So it's a very common use of 57 stone. It's DOT approved stone. So 57 stone as the base, and then they called out for a cellular confinement system, which is manufactured by Presto or other equivalent manufacturer. The contractor provided the Presto system, and the design also called for filling the infill of the Presto system. The yellow part is 57 stone as well, and then the green part was called to be a structural fill. Structural fill is defined in the specs as sand and gravel, okay? For those that are aware of this, putting sand and gravel on top of stone, on top of a stone base, you start to question some things, but I'm just going to go over the facts and then I'll tell you what I think happened. All right, so the specs called out for the cellular confinement system, the design of the specs, the elevation was set at 3.5 elevation, which is about the mean high water of the canal, and that is where the 57 stone ended up. Everything that was underwater was 57 stone, and everything above was the structural fill. Let me see. The specs also called out for a fabric to be installed because some of the wall was going to come out from the canal. Because if you remember, the original canal had a slope on it, so the wall was actually going to be in front of it and then fill in behind the wall, and then that gives you the nice path for the mowing, and it's more flat, etc. It's much nicer now than it was before. So that wall had to be filled behind it, right? So the designer called out for the same thing. They called out for below the water table, the 3.5. They called for rock, 57 stone, but they wrapped it in Merafi. Merafi is a geofabric, okay? So they wrapped it in Merafi, and then the same thing behind the wall, which is the structural material, which is, again, it's sand and gravel, which is similar to what's there now, which is mostly sand. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. Okay, so then when we hired our subconsultant, there were some issues that these are, they provided, okay, so what they did was they did a review of the different properties, okay? I'm only giving you 3 of the report slides here, 3 different properties. These represent 3 different locations. But you can see from the pictures of these, you can see that there's, you know, the first one has, you can see that there's separated, the separated cellular. You can see that there's the partial collapse into the cells. In the second report, you can see that that there's complete missing of material underneath the foundation, like the whole base is gone, and there's another collapse of the cells in there as well. And then the third one, you can see that you have a lot of empty cells. You know, even though it's not the material, the base is not gone, but there's a lot of empty cells on top, and you have partial collapse, okay, and sometimes full collapse. So that's just that's what they did, and they also give you the observations and they give the comments, you know, of what they observed. And that's based on, it shows the actual property, the address, the location on the GPS, everything. Now, let's go to the next slide. Okay, perfect. So when we review the manufacturer's recommendations, the Presto, you can see that the Presto calls for the Merafi material in the back, okay, where it's a geofabric in the back, and then you place the cellular containment system in the bottom, and then you start filling it and you compact it, okay? In our case, we have water, so the contractor called for this rock material. So you place the rock, and then you put the next layer, and then you place the rock, and you put the next layer, et cetera, et cetera. So here in the manufacturer recommendation, you can see that they're calling for, or they're showing, a geosynthetic break between every third layer or so. That's the bottom right picture. You see the black on top. So they're showing geofabric about every third layer or so. That was actually not shown in the plans, which is, I think that's probably the major issue of why we have this problem, but there are other factors as well. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. So in the manufacturer's website, there are some use examples, right? Because this material is not only used, it's used in multiple sites, and it has a lot of functionality. You can think of it like when you cast concrete and you have to create a cast mold. If you use this fabric, this material, this geocells, all you got to do is you already have the mold. You just got to fill them in. You know, so they use a lot of these, and they're not shown in here, but they are shown in the report. But they use them for canal lining and all kinds of things, for high flowing and also for slow flowing channels. So in this case, I pointed out two samples. One of them is Brooktree Creek use sample, and you can see that there's a Merafi geogrid, which is every 4th lift, and then it also has the base filled with concrete. Right, which is what we did in, I believe it was the 2nd and the 3rd, that was the base was filled with concrete. The other example is Pinecrest, the village of Pinecrest, and this is filled with gravel, but if you notice, the slope is a lot smoother. It's not as steep as ours. Ours is more like one of the first picture, right? So again, that's probably where the idea of the gravel came from, but the application is probably not the optimal. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So the analysis of the field data. So I took all the field data and looked at it compared to, you know, based on the number of properties that were out there. All this explains is all these properties, all these little ones, are the counts of every time in the report there was torn and displaced cells, grout loss, typical washout of bottom rows. Just to give you some basic numbers, so 69% of the properties have torn or displaced cells, okay? 69% of the properties. That doesn't mean that the whole entire property has that. It's just a specific location within that property has that issue, okay? So 69%, so 27 properties have that damage, out of 39. The other thing is 50% of the properties have washout of the bottom 2 rows. That's pretty significant because it tells me that it's not a static canal, it's a flowing canal. And I think that that's one of the issues, that when people look at this canal, they see it's not, the water's really not moving very fast, but when it rains, it really pushes the water through the canal. So without water moving through the canal, if you have basically a rock foundation, that eventually over time, that'll just push it away. It'll push it to the center, it'll push it to the lower bank of the center of the canal, and then the Miami-Dade dredge will just pull that out, or it'll just move it downstream, okay? There's some evidence of some cells that have a collection of rocks, so there was like a bank that got created, and then as this material got pushed, it kind of stacked up, So it had a point where it ended, right? So it tells you that, hey, this material was pushed. So, okay? Now, we can go to the next slide. All right, so these are some of the samples from just a kind of a zoom in of some of the key items that were in the report. So you have torn and empty cells. You had empty cells. You had no foundation. Empty bottom cells. Bottom torn, missing cells. Torn cells, where you can see the front is completely gone. And then you also have, in the previous slide, was empty cells and collapsed cells. Okay? Now, some of the possible causes for these, okay, so you have two problems on the canal, okay? You have the first one is the water that flows when you have an event. So you have that bottom pushing out the underlaying material. Well, if that material is rock, then the material above it is rock as well. So that just collapses into it, and then that also gets washed out, and above that you have gravel, which then also collapses down, and that's why you have fully empty cells, right? So the fully empty cells, okay, is because you have base erosion, and then you might have some overhead erosion as well. And as you know, there are properties there that they don't keep the water in their property. That property gets washed out to the canal. So if somebody has a fixed point outfall, then you have a tributary area of their property that's collecting and it's coming out in one point, and then that point creates a channel, it creates erosion, it creates a wash through the cells, and then you have empty cells. So you have the pressure from above, and then you have that pressure from below pulling the foundation. It's like somebody pulling your feet from under you and also, pushing you. So you're going to fall, So, all right, so you have that. So you have the no foundation issue, I believe, is due to high flow. The partially collapsed cells, I believe it's due to undermining, but the top portion hasn't collapsed yet because there isn't enough erosion coming from the top, pushing the material down. So that's holding in place, but the bottom is eroded. Right? So you get a partially collapse due to gravity. That material sinks into the cells, and it creates a partial collapse. And then the torn cells are just, the manufacturer says that the torn cells are just natural. That's over time. The torn cells happen maybe because of the insulation in the contractor, maybe because it got hit by something, maybe because of the pressure from the water or from the ground that's pushing in and it separates out. So there's many reasons, various possibilities for that. But there is a simple solution, which is a repair overlay. Okay? There's a repair overlay that can be simply done on that to fix them. Other possible issues or causes are high velocity water and debris from strong storms. So when it carries debris down, it's damaging all those cells as it's going by, right? You have I believe, the foundation probably could have been designed a little bit better, maybe with concrete, where it locks in that rock so that rock doesn't get washed out. So when we recommend, and you'll see in the next page, when we're recommending the repairs, we're recommending not only to put the rock back, but also put concrete back to lock in that rock so it doesn't get slid from underneath. Washout from private property, which I already mentioned, concentrated drainage in a point. Miami-Dade County, they have a boat that cleans the canal, and that's a 900-pound drag that they use to pull the weeds. So you're pulling the weeds. Well, I guess other stuff is, you're pulling weeds next to the wall. So you're pulling the weeds, and you know how things go. You probably pull a rock with it as well. So that's another possible. And then impact damage, that machine has to turn. Where the ramp is midway point between the two ends. So that has to go to the end and then turn around and then come back. So at that point, where it's turning, it could get hit. It could hit the wall. So there's a lot of damage on the south side. There's a lot of damage by where the machine actually comes into the water. So, 2 and 2. And then I did mention green iguanas. We saw green iguanas all over the place there. And green iguanas, I worked on the turnpike, and they created havoc on the slopes. So they will burrow in the actual slopes themselves and create holes, and then that eventually collapses the thing. Now, I didn't see them on the wall, but I did see them across the bank. That doesn't mean that they're not in the wall itself. So that's another possible issue. Recommendations. Go to the next slide. Okay. Recommendations. So recommend the overlay repair for the missing or broken panels. Recommend the replacement of the foundation with 57 stone and concrete, as I mentioned, to keep that locked in. Recommend refilling the empty cells, because I think you have a good product still out there. It's just a matter of filling it with good product that it won't wash away, and stabilizing a foundation. So refill it and then compact it by rotting it, okay? Fill the empty cells, and just a matter of maintenance. Anything that is severely broken, then remove that section and repair it in kind, like replace it in kind. They come in 8-foot sections, so you can remove it and replace it. And then when you do replace it, I recommend you put the Merafi separation once you go from above the 57 stone to the structural layer, so that the fines don't go through the 57 stone, that they stay right there. The other thing is, if you want to deal with, washouts, controlling what's, things coming out like stair stepping out, or even the iguanas, you can fill the front layer with concrete as well, and then that'll kind of lock in everything in place. And then, check with Presto for repair advice. Presto's a manufacturer, so any additional repair advice that they have.
Can I ask some questions?
Yeah, before I turn it over to the council, I do want to turn it over to our town attorney, who has some specific questions.
Yeah. The concrete, you just mentioned the very last item was concrete.
Yes.
Let's say we wanted to do that. Are we going to get a hard time from South Florida Water Management and from Durham, et cetera, based on your experience?
We put concrete on the phase 3. We put concrete in the water in phase 3. Okay. In fact, rather than the rock on phase 3, it was all concrete up to the top of the water.
Okay.
So, and then after that, then it was rock, and then like a gravel mix.
All right. So the phase that you're looking at, help me out. Is this phase 1, phase 2, or phase 3?
Phase 1 is on the south part of Sorry? For this report specifically. For this report is phase 1.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, one of the things that has me a little confused is, and correct me here, I'm just a lawyer.
Yeah.
I do not pretend to know, your expertise. It says somewhere in your, and I was reading it earlier, that it's the manufacturer required the netting, I guess you call it. What do you call that? The Marfisi netting?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't require it. It shows it in the layout, in the construction, in how it's constructed, in the construction guide, but it doesn't say that it's required. It says Merafi, but it doesn't say where to use it.
All right, but who prepares the construction guide?
The construction plans are prepared by the designer.
I'm not accusing or anything like that. I'm just trying to understand. I really
yeah,
am.
absolutely. Go
So
ahead.
we have a construction guide that's prepared by the design planner?
Okay, so we have the set of plans, right? And then we have technical specifications that are prepared by the designer. And then there's the manufacturer. The design actually calls for the manufacturer. So then you look at the manufacturer's guidelines, construction guidelines, and it shows that Merafi in different layers. And it shows that the back is filled to the back, that the slope is protected.
All right, so the manufacturer says, in their
Shows.
humble opinion, shows, to
Right.
me says,
Right.
that they should have put this net, is it a netting or it's a cloth?
It's material that's used for like French drain, where you wrap the rock in French drain to prevent the fines from either coming into the French drain or leaving.
Okay.
So it's material that water goes through it, but the fines don't.
Okay, so according to the manufacturer, that should have been there. Now, according to the plans and specifications that were used, did they use, I know they didn't put that netting there. Should they have put that netting there?
It's not shown in the plans, so the contractor will only build what is shown in the plans.
All right, should the contractor or the designer have told the contractor to put that in there?
The designer, it would have been better if he put that in there.
Would we be where we are right now if that designer had put that netting there?
No, I think you'd still have a problem because the bottom is still being eroded from the water. So you have two problems. You have the water coming from the top through the cells, and you have the water eroding from the bottom. So you have the two issues is you can slow the erosion from the top with the Merafi layer, and you can, or concrete, which is
Right.
what they did in 3, or you can prevent that erosion in the bottom by using a solid foundation, like maybe rock with concrete.
All right, in your opinion, should it have been designed the way it was designed so that it is a canal and it is exposed to water. Should it have been designed any differently so that we wouldn't be here today as far as the bottom part is concerned?
The designer of phase 1, 2, and 3 is the same designer. You can tell that they improved from phase 1 to 2 to 3.
Okay. All right, so then the next question I had is, and you touched on it, where do we go from here?
Repair it. You don't, it's in there. It's a good product. It's used in a lot of scenarios similar to this. So I think the better way to do it is just repair it.
But a repair, do you think a repair doesn't involve a full blowout of just taking it all down and starting all over again?
No, I think you have the material there. You have the structure there. It's just, filling it in with proper materials so that it doesn't, at least where the areas have failed, you want to make sure that you do a nice job on it so it doesn't fail again. Now, it doesn't mean that other areas won't fail, because the way that it was designed, it lends to itself kind of washing through the material. You have sand washing into rock and rock washing out. So there's really no way to fix it. You know what I'm saying? There's no way to, unless you kind of like put flowable fill or something on it, but there's no way for you to prevent it from failing as it is now. But what I'm saying is you could improve it,
right,
and not have to throw out the whole thing.
Ignoring the problem is not. In other words, just letting it sit, the problem's only going to get worse.
Well, you have erosion.
Yeah.
You have erosion. What's going to happen is it's going to continue to erode. It eroded through the material, so it's just going to erode into the bank, because the bank is sand.
Right.
It's soft to medium sand, so it's just going to keep cutting into the. You know how erosion works.
Yes,
It starts
yes,
off.
absolutely.
It's a small little channel, and then it gets deeper and deeper and
It's
deeper.
called the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I think yes, I think you should fix it, at least maintenance-wise.
Mr. Manager?
I think that Councilman Quadra Garcia.
Councilman Quadra Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. Mr. Padron, thank you for your time, for the prestige of your company. I've been reading a little bit about it. Excellent report. And after reading some of the information that is in here, I will give you the solution to fix it because I've been there since day one, okay? I might not be an engineer, but I know what's going on. I've been there since day one, okay? So basically, and by the way, again, with all due respect, I disagree with what you said about water flow, that it's not the ocean. So water flow is not what has taken the material out of there's numerous things. The very first thing that is wrong there is the product is not the right product for there. I think that when we started phase one, we didn't consider that we were on a very aggressive blasting area. So that's one. Two, you've seen all the rocks. Pay attention, this is very important. You've seen all the rocks. On phase one, about 2 or 3 years ago, or maybe a little more, we spent money and put concrete on those 2 layers of geo layers. All that concrete has washed out, so meaning they came in with hydraulic concrete, they placed it there, and everything again, all that concrete is in the water. So anything that we throw back at it, all you're gonna do is throw all that concrete back down there. What I think that whoever did this design, okay, had somewhat of an idea, but he forgot to put the bottom, to protect that bottom. I heard you call it Marafi?
The Marafi
Okay.
layer?
Well,
No,
the
that's,
Marafi is like a...
it's a geofabric.
Okay. I think that what they needed to do was a net. They needed a strong net at the very bottom to hold whatever, whether it be hydraulic concrete or whether it be that 57 stone. So basically, and correct me if I'm wrong, or what I've read is that 69% of this project has been failing. This project has been failing since day one. So we know that it's going the wrong way, because phase 2 is also going in the wrong direction. We've seen pictures. What I recommend, but I'm going to wait for you to recommend how to fix it, and then I might put a little bit of idea, because I've done some homework. So basically, with your expertise, because I heard you have a lot of years of experience, with your expertise, if you would have done this, you would have been the contractor on record, would you have done it any different? I mean, would have you given it a different slope?
So, okay, so the contractor has to follow whatever is in the plans, because they bid on a set of plans. So whatever is in the plans is they have to follow it, unless they do some kind of change order and then the town approves it. So it's unlikely that it's redesigned after construction. So the contractor has no, yeah.
I have a follow-up on that. Did you identify anywhere where the contractor deviated from any of the design plans?
They did, yes. They actually improved it. The plans actually showed the Marafi going to about 4 feet, but the contractor actually put the full back, you know, as shown in the manufacturer's construction.
Alrighty.
So I'm going to close. So basically, why has it failed? And I mean, the product, and it's 2 year, it was already failing, because I've been talking about it forever. Why has it failed?
I mean, looking at it.
Not on the bottom, on the very top. There's numerous parts.
Right. So looking at it, I can only see the two. I mean, I have to go only based on what I have, right? So based on the plans, based on what was built, based on the manufacturers, only what I see black and white is the only thing I can say. I can't say, oh, what if they did this or what if they did that? Based on what I see, you have erosion from the bottom, okay? Something is eroding it. The only thing I can think of is water pressure, a high water flow, because when you have rainstorms, you do have a lot of water pushing on that canal.
Well, that should have been considered when they fabricated it. They should have thought everything. And we even told them we're sitting in a blasting zone, on and on. I'm going to make it real simple. Before that product was used, they sent me out to Doral to look at this product. And I went out there. I spent a couple of days looking at it. And I brought a report, and I said, here are the pictures of the product that you're saying is going to work. I don't think this is going to work for Miami Lakes because of the blasting and because of numerous things. And they still continued, oh, don't worry, we're going to do it. And there it is. And by the way, putting product back underneath those geocells that are empty is like me putting a bag of Skittles in your pocket, and if your pocket is broken, those Skittles are going to fall. So until we find the solution to fix it, we're just going to throw money at it, and it won't happen. I will give you. This is my idea.
I mean, you said you did some research. What are some products that you thought that would be better?
What I think they could fix it is basically taking riprap right now and putting it on that last bottom cell, but holding that bag of riprap with rebars or something. They have to be held there so that bottom cell doesn't continue to flow away. The second would be to create a wall, maybe 4 inches, 6 inches. I'm not an engineer. A foot, 2 foot tall, but making sure that it goes a piling that goes way down, so when that 57 stone tries to wash out, it's not going anywhere but to the base of that concrete piling. That's an idea.
Yeah, so there are a lot of different methods that are used for slope repair or slope stabilization, right? So you have articulated blocks, which you place the blocks and they kind of connect with each other, and then they're filled with material. Those tend to, it depends on how much water is running over them, but they may wash out from the material inside. The other option is that there's a fabric, I don't remember the name of it now, but there's a fabric that you lay on the ground and then you have to anchor it on top and you fill it with concrete. We've used that in a couple of canals in Miami, in fact. But the difference on that one has to be a more, it's not as steep. It's more shallow bank, right? Kind of like the original bank. Let me think. There are also sheet piles that could be placed, but that's crazy expensive. There's also precast walls. We use those. We build those in Miami Beach. Precast walls with piles. Again, it's very expensive. The Turnpike uses those as well. They're expensive. So it's a matter of cost. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that you can do, but it's also how much do you want to spend.
In Spanish, we have a saying, lo barato sale caro, and we did it the wrong way. So I'm not blaming anybody right now. We need to figure out a solution to fix it and to fix it right. Phase 2 is starting to fail. We went out there the other day and it's starting to fail on the top. So, but right now, we need to concentrate on phase 1. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to see what other questions and what are we going to do to find the solution. I'm not here to blame anybody. I'm here to find out how we're going to fix it and fix it right.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I want to thank Councilman Cuadra Garcia for bringing the subject up and being an advocate for it for many years, and Mr. Padron for doing a bang-up job here in the report. I have a lot of questions in the same vein as the town attorney. Now, you mentioned it's a good product if you take into account the environment that it's in. As a designer, as an engineer, you design products, or you know, this product would be something that would take in you're in a canal. It's a drainage canal, so there's obvious water flow. There's obvious cleanup that happens in that canal, and there's obvious drainage from properties. So all these things are happening at once. Also, one thing did you ever take into account as our blasting advisory board the level of blasting so close to these canals that every day you're getting a 1.5, a 2.0, a 3.0 earthquake happening?
Okay, so no. Has anyone put to measure it out there?
Yeah, we have the state put seismographs around the area, and I think there are some close there, about what, half a mile from that area? How close are they to the canals? Do you know? Okay, so there are seismographs in that area. I don't know if he was given that information. It's available.
So, to give you a little bit more of my background.
Okay.
So when I did my PE, so when I did my PE, you have different specialties that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
I did it on geotech.
Okay.
Geotech actually requires you to study earthquake loading. You know, quick condition.
Yeah.
Quick condition, lateral loads, all kinds of things. So, you know, during construction projects, you use vibratory rollers on the road, and we check to make sure that there's no issues, and you actually feel the vibrations under your feet, but you don't have the settlement. I mean, you have settlement close to the road and close, you know, properties that are very close to it, but I didn't feel any vibrations.
Okay. Are you aware?
I haven't felt any vibrations at any time while I've been here, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I didn't consider that as an issue.
Understandable. Do you know if the engineer created who put this together took that into account at all?
No, there's nothing in the plans or anything regarding that.
Okay. Quick question. If you were the engineer on this project, knowing everything that's happening, the earthquakes, the erosion, all that, what would you have done differently when it comes to, would you have selected this product? And if you did select this product, what would you have done differently to ensure a long-lasting life cycle of the product?
Filled it with concrete.
Filled it with concrete. Anything
Yeah, because
else?
if you think about it, you have you have a cellular system, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have the forms already there.
Okay.
But the concrete acts there. You just have multiple cells filled with concrete, so they act like solid cells. So even if you have an earthquake,
all the way up,
it's
or to the.
I would put it at least to the water.
To the water.
To the water or above the water.
Mm-hmm.
That's similar to what was done in phase 3.
Mention geofabric. The
Geofabric, yes.
Every 3 layers, 4 layers?
Yeah, every 3 layers.
Okay.
Just to prevent the erosion from coming down, coming down.
Okay.
Bringing down the fines. I wouldn't use fines either. I would have probably used
knowing what you know now,
rock.
Knowing what the designer changes he had to make seeing in phase 2 and 3, because obviously he saw that phase 1. So he made changes.
They made improvements.
So obviously they recognize that they were wanton in their design, right? So they made changes to try to mitigate that, right? So phase 1, if you give a grade for that engineer from A to F, what grade would you give that engineer?
I can't. I mean, that's...
You can't?
I don't think ethically I should be doing that,
Okay. Would
a-
you have signed
as a
off?
PE.
Okay, another question. Would you have signed off on that, and on these plans, knowing what you know about the environment? Yes or no?
I would have made recommendations. You
Mhm.
know, I wouldn't have signed off on it. I would have made recommendations.
Okay. And I guess last question,
In fact, I want to add to that. In fact, when the town approached me about phase 3, and I spoke with a project manager, and I said, "What are you using as a foundation?" That was the first question I asked, because I was aware that Doral has this on their canal, and it's completely empty. You know, and I said they have washouts.
Really?
No, they're destroyed, not washed out, destroyed.
They have empty cells in front. So I said, what type of foundation is this going to be? Even before I saw the plans, and they said, no, it's going to be concrete. And I said, okay, that's good. You know.
And last question, have you ever testified in court in regards to an engineering design that failed and that engineering firm was held responsible for the damages?
I haven't testified against an engineer before. I have testified on court cases based on accidents, wrongful death, trip and falls, that sort of thing.
Okay. And this is a last question to the town attorney. Mr. Attorney, knowing that Doral's system failed, knowing that there were certain things that could have been implemented to mitigate the issues that were obvious at the time, and if they weren't obvious to the engineer, then, I don't know what to tell you. And I know you were reviewing the contract, but is there anything in that contract that obligates the designer, or not the contractor, because they were following design, the designer to be held financially responsible for any failure in the design at this point? And if you need time, I understand.
I'm going to play my cards close to the vest.
Okay.
As often I tell you guys, I'd love to have this conversation in private
Okay.
with you. But I'm going to be taking a deeper dive.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Mr. Padron, you did a service to us. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I yield.
Let me just finish, if I may, through the chair.
1 second, Councilman Padre. Let's just let everyone have an opportunity to speak. So, Councilman Herzberg, then Councilman Fernandez, and I believe the town manager had something he wanted to add.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, in your review, first in the reports, there was never any actual analysis of the water flow, right? Because that seems to be the biggest reason. But there's been no analysis of how fast the water actually flows, right?
Correct.
But I mean, obviously, it's water, it flows. Isn't this something that any canal bank it seems like your opinion is that the biggest issue is the water flow erosion because the water flows, but this is a canal. That's what I don't understand.
No, you have so you have the two issues. You have water coming from the top, right? Cascading from the top, because you have a sheet wash over the grass. And then you have concentrated water coming from specific properties, right? So you have water coming from the top through the cells or washing over the cells, right? And then you have the erosion from the bottom, from the canal itself, which is the hydraulic flow, okay?
Right.
That's what they call it. So, no, I haven't measured the hydraulic flow. That only happens under rain events. So that wasn't part of the scope. It was just kind of like analyze the documents, tell us what you think happened, what you recommend based on what you see.
But
So, I mean, yes, we could have put seismographs and,
Right.
we could have checked the water, but
Right. But other than, and I understand, I assume maybe nobody told you that the ground here shakes, 1 to 5 times a week. But regardless, your report, the primary issue is erosion, but that is insanely foreseeable when you're building a canal bank. Obviously, water is going to move from the top or from the bottom. Isn't this something that should have been designed properly?
it was improved from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3.
What improvements did they make in phase 2 and 3 that you believe were the mistakes they made in phase 1?
They put a solid foundation on it. They put a solid foundation.
Can I ask us the same question differently? What is the technology that is present in phases 2 and 3? Was it not in existence at the time phase 1 was designed?
No.
It was not in existence?
It's the same. No, it was. Everything
It was
is
in
the
existence.
same.
They
Yeah,
just didn't think about it. I'm willing to be a little bit more direct than you are. You can just nod your head if you'd like. But the reality is the scope for which we hired you is to determine whether an engineer potentially made a mistake. So we do need to sometimes hear from that. Whether, I already asked you point blank, whether there's anywhere where the contractor deviated from the plans, and the answer was yes, but only for improvements rather than in a negative way. So that leaves me with design, as has been pointed to by some people here. And as has some of my colleagues here have been hinting, you know, if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And in this situation, look, is the concept of iguanas in South Florida new? No. Is the concept of flow in a canal new? Absolutely not. And by the way, I do consider these high flow canals, because if you see right before a hurricane, when South Florida Water Management opens those levees up, it's going. Yeah, and
it flows.
Even when it's not, there is still a active, steady flow. And as our town attorney pointed out, the Grand Canyon was cut by a very slow-moving river. So that's not the issue here. I also want to rephrase a question our town attorney asked, which was, he asked if excuse me if I butchered, the Merafi?
Merafi, yeah, that's the geofabric.
He asked if the Merafi layer had been included in the design or improved in the design, would that have prevented it? You said no. My question is, I believe, building on your answer to that, which was, if we had done the Merafi layer and done the concrete on the lower levels, would we be here today?
I think it would have improved significantly.
Okay.
Now, they did, the design did have Merafi. They had it on the banks, and then they had the rock in the behind covered in Merafi. You know, in the actual bank behind the stack. Oops. So they did have Merafi, they just didn't have it in a layer between the materials.
I just think, and maybe this is just a way of kind of summarizing what Councilman Cuadra Garcia over at the end was saying. We're not engineers, and we don't pretend to be, but it doesn't take an engineer or a rocket scientist to know that if you put fill on top of rocks, it's going to filter through. That's just the way it works. We went out there, we saw it for ourselves. We saw all the fill from the bottom just exploded out onto the floor of the canal. And I guess the ultimate question, for our sake, and there's no question that the people on this dais are going to want to do what's in the interest of the residents and repair what needs to be repaired. The question is, who's paying for it? That's honestly what we're here for. That's why you're standing at that podium. It's to determine who's paying for it, us or the design team who failed, or the contractor who failed. That's why we're here. And from our standpoint, to determine that, we need to know whether there's any sort of culpability, whether it was foreseeable. And everything that I've heard so far points to it being extremely foreseeable. Honestly, this looks like, I don't want to shoot down our engineers, you know, just like you don't, but I'll restrain myself and just say it looks like a really shoddy design job, which they improved upon because they realized that what they built in phase 1 was a mistake. Would you say that what was done in phase 2, and particularly in phase 3, is pretty much an admission that what was done in phase 1 was done so erroneously or haphazardly?
I can't attest to phase 2 because I wasn't involved with it, and I haven't looked at the plans or anything. I've only reviewed phase 1, and I was part of phase 3, the construction of it. So the phase 3 doesn't have Merafi layer either. And that's another one where now in retro, like looking back at it, I'm like, now looking clearly at the manufacturer, at the recommendations, I'm like, you know what? It probably should have had Merafi also. But the fact that they use concrete all the way into the water, that kind of holds the fines in place, you know? So it's not necessarily needed. It may not necessarily be needed. So that's basically the designer's call. Now in phase one, I mean, unless they did that same thing with the foundation to make it solid, so that material, like you said, fines go into rock goes into water, you know, unless you have something to prevent that from washing out, how do you not?
And I know that without being an engineer. I think the point being, I think we all get the point without it being said that an engineer should have been able to figure that out when they did the design. Go ahead.
Right, so the 57 stone was not the correct material, right?
Well, 57 stone was used as the base on phase 3, but concrete was filled in the cells. The cells were filled with concrete as if they were forms. So the concrete, you know, putting 57 stone on the bottom and then you fill concrete, that's gonna lock in the 57 stone so it doesn't move. So.
And from, you know, reviewing everything, the current status of phase 1, this is not ordinary wear and tear to be maintained. This is a project that has had design issues, right?
I think there could have been better. I think the design could have been better.
Right, okay.
And by the way, what I mentioned Doral, I haven't done any reviews on Doral,
Understood.
so you know.
Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you through the chair. I want to first congratulate my colleagues, Angelo Garcia, all of you guys, especially the attorneys on our, and including Councilman Garcia. Great questions. I think for me, right now, I think whether it's seismic or whether it's faulty engineering, I think maybe I'm going to let our attorney decide on whether or not we're going to move forward on getting the designer or the general contractor to pay for or repair it, but we should start considering whether or not we should, I don't know if we should leave it the way it is during this time. It might take a year, 2 or 3 years for something to play out like that. So I don't know how we feel about whether or not we want to find a way to pay for it to the repairs during this time. Something that we should at least think about.
If I may, Vice Mayor, I get
Councilman Hertzberg.
From your, I think you might have spoken about this before, but I don't remember specifically if it's in the report. What's the next step for us to repair this so we can begin to mitigate further damage and try to make the most useful life out of this of what we have right now?
Well, I mean, the the sites that failed are not the entire wall. They're specific locations within each property, right? So I recommend you leave the rest of them as they are and fix those specific repairs by putting the 57 stone, putting in concrete to kind of lock that in place so that you don't have that again fail. You know, if you can put in the Marafi layer to kind of prevent that from coming down, you try, but if not, you know, try to fill as much as you can in concrete like what we did in phase 3, and then put maybe rock on top of that so that doesn't collapse down. You know, that's one thing you can do. But like I said, there are other parts which are not they're not known. You know, that we don't know what's going to happen. You know, once you fix this, then that prevents the water from coming in. Maybe that will create scour and then pull that material down as well. I mean, we don't know. You know.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Now, your report clearly states that in the bottom layers, there are some areas that are 40 to 50% cells gone.
Yeah.
And these are sections of what, 60, 70 feet, the properties that you looked at?
Well, it's the whole property, and then the review is, you know, they found like the worst locations within that property, and that's where they did the report.
Yeah.
So it could be like 10 feet.
So these
of site.
Yeah, but the areas are consistent where the majority of the degradation is at, and those bottom layers.
Yes.
Would you say it? So that area is the weak part.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that area might be getting a lot of flow for some reason.
So we've identified where the weak part's at. So we need to address that. If you would put a cost to identifying these the areas that you feel would make the most bang for the buck to stabilize it. What, in your experience, because again, you have decades of experience, do you have a ballpark figure on what it would cost to mitigate this?
I don't know. I mean, you need to bring in a barge. You need to have access to trucks for fill. So they need to bring an excavator to be able to reach the barge.
Would you say it would be at least 40% of the original cost, or 20% of the original cost of the project?
How much was the original cost? Do you know?
Mr. Manager, through the chair.
Well, being that things have gone up, probably, things have gone up a lot.
Through the chair to the manager, what was the original cost of phase one?
I don't know, but what I could tell you is when we did phase two, we went back to phase one and mitigated what at that time were some voids.
Sure.
And that cost us, I think, $25,000. So at that time, it was $25,000 to go back, and in the areas that were voided, now these are probably areas that have voided since that repair. So the expectation, I suspect, that if we wait long enough, all of the areas are probably going to end up voiding, and it would probably make more sense to just do a wholesale, all of phase one, concrete, all of the cells below the water line up to the top of the surf.
So we're looking at possibly $500,000 here.
I don't know if he wants to.
I can tell you it's going to be about $500,000 compared to
the thing is, okay, so
these phases
the thing is
were,
that you can't really use the phase one numbers because that was rock and gravel. And to really fix it, you'd have to use a design of phase three, which is more concrete.
Yeah.
So concrete is more expensive than the 57
Sure.
stone.
Sure.
So now the numbers are kind of convoluted a lot higher than.
Yeah, I'm just
you know
trying
what I
to
mean?
wrap around my head an indication of what it's going to cost to mitigate this, because we're not going to spend money just to throw it away and not do it right? Because that would be might as well just throw it in the canal, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get a feeling, and for my colleagues, of what it would cost to mitigate something like this. If we would have to, honestly, the taxpayers would have to do this, and I'm totally against that, right? So I'm just trying to get an idea of what it would cost us, because it's a challenge.
It's hard to give you a number.
Yeah.
I mean, $500,000, you can probably start with that and see how far you get.
Wow.
Wow.
Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Padron, many times manufacturer specifications are very exact, right? For instance, let's say an impact window, it says you have to attach it to a CBS block with this length of a TAPCON, and it's very, very specific. Sometimes the manufacturer has recommendations, but it's not a must-have. Do you believe that the designer designed phase one according to manufacturer specifications? I know that there's obviously options.
So here's the thing, right? There's a lot of in the specifications that the designer included and that the manufacturer had that I couldn't verify if it was done or not. So it's kind of hard for me to say because the records don't show me if the meetings were held and if this was done, and so. The designer, I believe the designer tried to follow the specifications as best, the manufacturer as best as he could, but I don't know if they had experience in this, and I mean, experience counts, basically. You can see that once they had the experience of the first, they improved on the second,
right.
And
obviously these are a series of cells that go from the water, from the canal bank, towards the inside of the bank. Right?
Correct, yeah.
And what we see visibly is the outer layer, and we see the voids, and a lot of them have washed out.
Correct.
Do you see where either the second cell in or the third cell in have now voided, or you basically most of the problems are with the outer layer of cells?
So there's some locations that are completely empty underneath. And you can see that the erosion
penetrates
like 2
the bank.
feet into it, right? So the majority are not. So I would say that maybe the limit of the worst case scenario is on the outside, maybe a little bit into the inside once you have the collapse, because in order for the cells to collapse, you know, the whole thing has to come in and collapse, not just one piece, right? So I would say that there's at least one or two that are damaged, but maybe towards the inside it's not as bad.
And when you say that on phase 2 and 3, they did concrete, they only did it on the outer cell, or did they go the entire cell from
full cell?
Full cell. And do you think that a mitigation measure would work if they only put concrete on the exposed cell, on the outer cell?
No, I would recommend doing all the cells.
But then that would be
just like in phase 3.
That would be complete destruction of the bank, because it's the bottom row, right?
You'd have to figure out how you're going to get the concrete in there from the top. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Okay.
And that's why I recommended the outers only, you know, and then put material on the inside. The real solution is to fill the concrete in the bottom layers, just like what we did.
And how many, all the layers below the water line would be in a perfect world, that would be?
It was 3 or 4 layers, that we had on phase 3.
Okay.
Through the chair, can I just say one little thing, and then I'll
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, Councilman Sanchez, and then I'll make one more pass around the room.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Padron. I wanted to have the material here. I had a sample, and I returned it back to the people that were doing phase 3, but I will get my hands on it again, and I will treasure it this time. Just pretend that this is the bottom cell. Cell 1, 2, and 3. You could put everything you want until you fix 1 and 2, everything's going to continue to wash out. It's just like this cup. If this cup has a hole, it's going to flow through there. So that's all I want you to understand. We just can't throw concrete like we did if you don't have anything on the bottom to hold it. So just consider that. I don't know how long it's going to, it's just a matter of time before phase 2 and 3 with the blasting could be they'd start to wash out because there's nothing to hold it back to the pocket hole. Okay? So that's what I just wanted to just throw in a little pointer. Thank you.
Councilman Sanchez, and just council, bear in mind it's almost 8:30, and we got to keep moving. We still have a full agenda ahead of us.
I'll be really quick. Just want to touch on one topic. Thank you for the report. It's very, very well detailed. Omar, we completed phase 1 in 2016, correct?
10 years.
16, 17.
16, 17,
Around
so
that
about 8 or 9 years ago. Given the current stature of it, what life expectancy would you give it from this point out before we have complete deterioration of that structure?
So the manufacturer has 10 years manufacturer's warranty, but I'm not sure how it is with it's only on the material itself.
Right, but that's not what I'm wondering.
Not
at what point? Don't
not
worry
the
about
infill.
warranty. Like as a rule of thumb, a car will last 100,000 miles. Anything over 100,000 miles is technically a gift. Just to say that, right? So, given the condition after 7, 8 years that you see right now, how much more life do you see it having before it needs a complete, like to redo the entire phase 1?
I don't know. I mean, I think that's a better question to ask the manufacturer. Okay. How long their product lasts before it basically falls apart with ultraviolet and whatever.
And rain and current and all
that. It's very strong. It has very strong tensile strength.
Right,
so it's very, very strong material.
But it shouldn't be at the condition that it is right now. Not after.
Honestly, it's honestly not bad. Like the actual manufacturer's product is not bad. It has some tears on the outside, but overall it's not bad. It's just the infill is what is the problem, is what's caused the problem.
So you couldn't say that in the next 5 years all that infill will be gone, just to give it.
It could all be gone in 5 years. Okay. It depends on the storm, the weather, the rain, how people are But the
taking care of their
manufacturer
lawns.
warranty is 10 years that it should sustain.
Again, like I said, it's based on the manufacturer, and that, I didn't see that in any of the writing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice? All right. Thank you very much for your time, sir. And we're now moving on to the Public Works Monthly Infrastructure Report 9D. But before we do, actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Director, I'm going to move to reopen the order of business to move up 11B to right now, so we can get
Second.
Chairwoman Levy out of here. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Madam Chair, you may come up here and deliver your report. Thank you for the heads up. No, pobrecita. I saw her, Alex, the councilman pointed her out to me, and yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Good evening. Actually, this was not our scheduled report, but since somebody dropped out, I wanted to have the opportunity to present these 3 new items that the board has been discussing for a while, and we're ready to present to you all. So first of all, I wanted to talk to you about communication boards for the parks that we wanted to install. We've been working with Jeremy in Parks and Rec to get us a quote. There's a picture in your packet of a communication board, and we wanted to start with the Veterans Park and Royal Oaks Park. So I wanted to tell you some of the benefits of having these boards installed. It gives individuals with autism, apraxia, Down syndrome, developmental delays, aphasia, or other communication challenges a way to express needs and feelings. It helps children and adults communicate basic messages like help, bathroom, stop, yes, no, play, I want. It ensures that every child, regardless of speech ability, can participate with peers. It encourages collaborative play by providing shared visual symbols that all children can use. It supports social interaction among families and caregivers. It enhances safety, encourages early language development. It shows that the park values accessibility and inclusiveness, which is our mission. So the quote for the equipment and the installation is in your packet. So the total is for the 2 boards, and including the installation, is $16,223.15. But we wanted to allocate $18,000 in case there's any surprises when they like dig or something. It says here on the proposal that, some things might come up, so we wanted to, have it approved for $18,000 just in case. The second, do you have any questions about that? Oh, also, the board is going to be 2-sided, so one side's going to be Spanish, the other side's going to be English.
Councilman Sanchez.
Yes, Jeremy, if you could come up for a second. I'm reviewing this item by item, and I see the 2 boards, $2,100 each. But then I see surface repair kit. How is that related to the boards?
Because essentially that is going to be installed in poured-in-place rubber. So they're going to have to excavate some of the area in which we're going to actually lay it within the surface, and then they're going to have to replaster and finish then around the board's posts.
Got it. And it's $380. Okay, so for each one. Now, something that I am noticing is the fees for the installation. They seem a bit high. Is that the norm, the $84.75 for the?
Yeah, so that's their quote through the contract that we actually recently got through Clay County.
Okay.
So that rate is on already reduced and procured contract.
Okay.
I can go back to them based on this and see if that's something that can be worked, but that is based, that's based off their contract.
For installation of the almost $8,500 by $25. Okay, yeah, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure working with Jeremy. throughout this whole process.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is an amazing idea, and it would help a lot, I know, with children who need that help. I feel that for what we're getting, this is not tactile. I mean, the pictures are there. Are they tactile? Do they make noise? Do they do anything? But, okay. I'm just thinking, I mean, is this do they have a patent on this?
There are other vendors with varying.
Not even vendors.
No, well.
Is this what I'm looking at the picture? Is that patented?
No.
Okay. Because honestly, what I'm looking at here looks like there might be companies in this town that might be able to fabricate this for us for, honestly, a lot less. I mean, it's a great idea. It's again, it doesn't look that complicated, but I think there's companies in this, in Miami Lakes that might be able to fabricate this for us. Have you looked into that aspect? Because we might be able to put one in every park. Instead of 2, we can probably get 10 for the same price.
If it's the will of the council, I can go ahead and get quotes from signage-only companies. This is a playground company. This is the style that we had looked at and wanted to remedy, and I'm not remedying, replicate.
Using the same materials.
Correct.
Right? Long-lasting materials that don't fade in the sun and things like that. I think you might be able to get, I'm telling you, you might be able to get 10 of these for the same price. Is that something you might be able to look into? Would you be open to that? If it's the exact same quality? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I like a bargain.
Yeah, if you can look into that, maybe we can put one in every park if the costs are right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the idea. I guess I'm confused what it is a little bit. Is it just, it's not electronic? I'm confused what it's just, can you explain to me what it is? Because the price seems a lot.
It's a double posted sign on a material that is long lasting, has a bunch of, it's applied for UV, it's applied for various things, but it's a sign essentially double posted, double sides. As she mentioned, one side will be put in English, the other side in Spanish. And then it's non-tactile. So it's simply a sign.
Okay, yeah, $16,000 for 2 signs seems like a lot. And the installation seems like a lot. I don't know, from your opinion, $8,000 to install 2 poles.
The biggest concern, and they mention it there, is going to be once they dig up beyond that pour and play, if the base of the concrete is messed up, if there's anything there, that's where some of the concerns on the labor side were.
Okay. I love the idea. I think we should do this, and I agree with Councilman Garcia. I feel like this is something that, with the board's help, something someone else can fabricate with high quality materials and not charge $8,000 to install, right? So this is a great idea. We should move forward, but I think we should move forward with looking at alternative ways to get the same thing installed, because it does seem like a lot of money for 2 signs.
Anyone else? Okay. Well.
Okay, so the next event that we wanted to add to our schedule, that is a new event, is an inclusive gallery opening night. So we wanted to have it here in Town Hall, in the hallways where you have already set up different art installations, and just feature artists with unique abilities, and have like a fancy gallery opening with like some hors d'oeuvres, and invite the community. The artists can invite their family and friends so they can show the art. And I thought maybe we could do it in April for Autism Awareness Month. And we had a budget of $1,500 to do that event.
Is there a discussion or motion? Mr. Vice Mayor.
What do you need from us other than approval to use the hallway?
Just approval because it's a new event. We've never done it before, so want to make sure it's something you all agree with.
And the funds is funds that you guys already have within your budget?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll move to adopt or approve the event.
I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Excellent.
Thank you. So then the last event is an inclusive picnic with Card. We've partnered up with them for several other events. If you're not familiar with Card, that's for the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. They provide a lot of services for the community. They have an office here in Miami Lakes, and we have a great partnership with them. We actually did a picnic with them last year in the fall. I think most of you were there. There was a magician and face painting, food, and so we wanted to do it again this year, and there's a quote attached for the vendors. For the vendor.
Is it All-Star Events?
Pardon?
All-Star Events?
Yes. So we wanted like a kind of like a carnival atmosphere.
When would the event take place?
Pardon?
When would the event take place?
We're looking at the end of January, so the weather should still be nice. And so what's the total? The total for this is $6,357. Now, Card could possibly incur some of the expenses, but just in case, we're asking for we have the money, so.
So again, this is something that you guys can cover from within
Yes.
your budget?
Yes.
And you're just asking for authorization?
Yes,
to
this is
have
money
the-
we have now, not even counting whatever we might get from the mayor's gala.
All right, I'll move to approve this event in late January.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
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 Those against say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Anything else?
Okay, thank you. One more thing, I would like to invite you all on Saturday, right here from 2 to 4, is the culminating event for the animation class. So I encourage you to come if you want to be inspired, if you want to be moved. These students are amazing. They're going to be showing their animated music videos that they created this semester.
Here in Chambers?
Yes, yes. So I invite you all to please come and support them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vivian, and I'll still say you are my proudest appointment.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are now back on the original item, which is, again, 9D, the Public Works Monthly Infrastructure Report. If I may just request of the manager and staff, just let's try to get through these reports as
I will
quickly as
go
possible.
quick through these.
All right.
Three quick ones. So for our
And I know you got to eat, too, so.
For our infrastructure report, I'll highlight that we started reporting some of our day-to-day maintenance activities. We have several things going on, but it takes us a while before those items are closed. And then just to highlight on 59th Avenue, we're closely working with FPL to get that disconnect. We're currently working, as of the past 2 weeks, to coordinate a solution for a challenge they have encountered with the way the line that needs to be disconnected is looped around the building. Since it was initially thought by FPL to serve just that one building, it actually impacts multiple businesses. So we're trying to find a solution to have this resolved within the next few weeks, and then take the building down once that's done.
Questions of the director?
Really quick, is that going to, any solution that they find, is that going to add additional costs on our end?
We're trying not to. So there is a cost for the disconnect from FPL originally.
Yeah.
So we're trying to keep everything within that cost.
Who
And
designed the FPL, who designed that line that connects to all the other, was that FPL who designed that?
That was FPL decades ago when this area was constructed, so I wouldn't even be able to tell you.
Okay.
Councilmember.
It's like in the 70s it was constructed?
If we were to wait on FPNL would use their contractor, but it would take longer. So what Omar's alluding to is we're working with that to
Okay.
see if we can use one of our contractors to do some of the work, and so there may be a marginal cost, but it will expedite getting the power disconnected, and an internal marginal cost, but it'll expedite hopefully, and we're going to have a meeting tomorrow.
And the goal is to request a credit from what FPL would have done.
Okay.
Yeah.
So okay.
So yeah, so it's not like.
So we're still on the timeline before the end of the year to start knocking down
That's what
walls.
we've been aggressively pushing. The contractors have been aggressively pushing. He wants to get this done as well.
Yep.
So
Okay.
that's our goal.
I'll put a helmet on and I'll hit that wall myself.
I'll call you.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Council member, you cannot sleep out there in a hard hat.
I'll just say I got to experience firsthand the sidewalk repairs this last week. So just thank you to you, your team, our contractors, Carlos, who's out there inspecting every day, and Anaili, who was out there while you were out. So thank you to the whole team for everything you guys are doing on that.
They do a great job, and our goal is to always have as minimal impact to the residents when we do our messy work.
Not to rain on that parade, but I did just direct the resident to go ahead and send the manager an email regarding some repair work that they may have to go back to doing.
Okay.
Just affecting, I believe it was the driveway there. But at any rate, just making you aware of it to be on the lookout for that email.
All right, we'll review it.
With that said, it looks like no one else has comments, and you can move on to the next one, 9E, report on street light maintenance.
Yes, so this item is from it's an item that was introduced to essentially with the goal of modernizing our streetlight infrastructure. So past staff did some research and started conversation with FPNL, because FPNL has a program where they go ahead and essentially take over the entire street lighting infrastructure owned by a municipality. They maintain it, they upgrade it, and monitor. There's a cost to that. It requires a 10-year agreement. And in the second page of our memo, there's two scenarios. So since they haven't started anything, they have one scenario which is using 85% of the existing underground infrastructure, the conduit and the wiring. So that would be that cost. And that's a 10-year total cost for $4.7 million. Then scenario two is that they can reuse 100%, well, they have to replace 100% of the underground infrastructure, and then that bumps it up to 6.1. Again, these are very, very rough estimates based on just predictions they're making of what they're going to encounter and the distance between poles and the condition of the piping. And then for comparison, I put a final table that shows what is our budget, assuming it stays fixed for the next 10 years. It's roughly $2 million, so there is a difference there. So if we were to go through the FPL approach, it would require an increase over the 10-year life of the maintenance. Another option that would get us through to the same goal. Oh, I do want to highlight, currently the FPL program has the capability of modernizing the system so it can self-report and be a smart system essentially, but it's not active. They're currently working on getting that active. So if we were to get into an FPL agreement, we don't know for sure how many years until that system goes active. However, I put in a last alternative based on what the city of Miami Beach is currently doing and something the county started, in which it is going through our own solicitation process or do it ourselves, contract out a designer and a contractor essentially in the end. And there are products that we can swap onto existing light poles that come with these features. Some of these, they report tilt, they report if it's a day burner, they report if there's a loud noise in some cases, like a gunshot for example. So it does have a lot of features, and it can be spaced or phased out to something that's more manageable within the current budget restrictions, or if we want to increase it, as a less of an increase. And I'd incorporated there the recommendation of an area within the town, one of the most visible areas, 154. They're all the same style poles, and it's a smaller area as to do as a hypo phase one. So
through the chair.
Councilman Fernandez.
So the numbers that I was listening to, it seemed like there was a difference of about $2.5 to $4 million more or less of having them manage it versus us over the life of the 10-year contract.
A 10-year agreement. Yeah.
Right. I don't see the benefit. I mean, could you explain what the benefit would be aside from those that they monitor, they self-monitor and those things? I think that's neat, but I don't think it's that important.
Well, I listed some pros in the report, or in the memo, excuse me. So benefit is an improved underground infrastructure. So they essentially, if there's sections of the infrastructure that require a full replacement, they will take care of that. They would also put new poles throughout the roughly 900 poles that we have. They would replace those to brand new poles. And a fixed cost for the 10 years, except I think is every 5 years that they discuss with the state the fuel. If there's an increase in fuel, they do get authority to
I think it's every 5 years.
Yeah, roughly. So that's one thing that is not exactly fixed. But and then the cons are we have to stick to the FPL pre-approved catalog fixtures. So if they don't match what the town wants, for example, 154 again, we would have to find something in their catalog that does work. I put the second one just because we have experienced this. If there is a major catastrophic event somewhere in the state and they have to pull forces over there, we do experience in the areas in the town that they do maintain, we do experience a slowdown in FPL service, in FPL response. So I had to put that there just to be transparent. And the last one is self-explanatory. It's a much higher yearly cost.
And Omar, currently FPNL has not turned on the feature of having them be smart lights.
I mentioned that.
Yeah.
It's capable, but they don't have it activated. Yeah.
Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm paying more to delegate this to FPL. How's their response time right now when the town reaches out saying, hey, we got X number of lights down?
The best we've experienced is usually within a week, and then depending on the condition of what's going on, so depending on the condition of what's going on, the repair itself may take much longer. And it happens to us as well. And I think some of you have heard my response that if there's a break in the underground, then it will take us some time to reestablish the new line.
I'm more referring to just a light is out, it's burnt out, whatever the case may be.
If it's just a swap,
yeah,
it could be as fast as a week. But if their crews are responding to something major in the state, it can be much longer.
And how often is that the case?
Well,
okay. As opposed to same situation, but it's our light. How quickly are we on site repairing?
That, especially now with the new contractor that lives in Miami Lakes, within a few days we're there.
Got it. So we're paying more, getting probably less response time. Also less customization because.
But one of the things, I'm sorry to interrupt, but one of the things to highlight, the reason the cost is so high is because they do essentially a full replacement of the town's infrastructure. So that's something that.
Would this bury the above ground lines?
No. This is just street lighting.
See, if they wanted to throw that in, then maybe I'd consider it. But I don't see I'm kind of on the same boat as Councilman Fernandez here. I don't really see the benefit to this because my experience was with the HOA, with Satori. It was a nightmare getting them to come out. They took months, not weeks, to come out because they just didn't prioritize this. I mean, hopefully the town with its good relationships with them gets them out quicker. But that aside from, and by the way, when I was campaigning and knocking door to door, there were areas of the town where it was FPL lights. I think I remember reporting it to you at the time when you were a council member that there were several FPL lights that were literally missing their heads, and in the what was it, Queen Palm, the condos in front of across the street from Vicky Bakery on 67th. Townhouses, Crooked Palm. They had a big problem there with their FPL lights. So yeah, I look at it from a point of view of the one in front of my house. That's a Miami Lakes light. I like knowing that I can go and yell at Director Santos, who's in the town of Miami Lakes,
I don't like
to
that.
get that fixed, as opposed to having to wait for some bureaucrat at FPL somewhere else to persuade them to come and fix it. That's kind of where my mindset is at.
Through the mayor?
Councilman Herzberg.
Yeah, I agree with the vice mayor. And in my briefing, I really saw this as spending a lot of money to make our lights smart lights. When people report it, we can drive to town. I don't need a light telling me it's out. So personally, for me, I don't need to see this item again. You did the money, did the cost. I don't see the
Again, it was a request. We're bringing the information.
No, I
that
know.
was
I just want
requested,
to. I just want to be clear where I stand. I assume everyone else stands. Is okay. Well, we appreciate you bringing it. Now we know it costs a lot more for FPL to provide probably lesser service, and for lights to tell us.
But there is the last part of the report. There's an alternate if there is an appetite for that.
For me personally, on that one, I trust that we can see when lights are out. I don't need the light telling me it's out for $1 million to do it all our lights, right? So that's okay. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else, or can we release the director into the next
I got two more. Sorry.
All right. So with that, we're now on 9F, fleet replacement update, finance and lease options.
All right. So during the May council meeting, we received direction to proceed and get pricing from the auto mall for lease and finance options. So that's what you have in the second and third page of this memo. The second page would be for a Chevy Colorado. You have in the table in the middle, you have the 60-month finance and then the 36-month lease. And just to take into consideration that at this moment there's no trade-in value calculated, and there is also an error there. There's taxes, but we requested the change. It was not received on time, so that would also be removed and lower the monthly.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Sanchez.
Okay, so I did bring it up during our agenda briefing, that there are items on here that are incorrect. The tax line shouldn't be on here for the $2,100 as we are tax-free. And I went back and forth on either doing the loan option or the lease option, and I see value in both. I do see that owning the vehicle for a longer period of time, it gives us value on trade-in. It gives us a time where, we'll pay off a vehicle and we won't have that loan payment anymore. But I also see the other side of having cars that are way past their life expectancy of 15 years, So the middle ground that I found is purchasing the vehicles. But the moment that they get to the expiration of their powertrain warranty, which is usually 7 years and 100,000 miles, is when we would cycle them out. And I would support a resolution that would, go towards that. I believe it's the good middle ground between leasing and purchasing, because at that point we'll have equity in the vehicle that we can trade in. And if we have it for 60 months, but let's say the 7-year warranty, we have those 2 years, where if we continue putting that same amount of the payment that we're already paying into an interest-bearing account, we can use those funds. So those funds still stay on the budget, but we can use those funds as a down payment for the vehicle that comes after that expiration of the powertrain warranty of 7 years and 100,000 miles. So I think it's a hybrid between both, where we still get value for the vehicle, but we're not cycling them out every 3 years.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you. And this is an item I brought forth pretty early this year, and I had the same questions, right? Because we're not going to put a lot of miles on these trucks. Yeah. The only issue with that is, do we trust the next councils to not do what prior councils have done and let the fleet completely drain and be, in my opinion, like I said many months ago, the worst municipal fleet in the county, which now we're trying to fix that.
Right.
We always have the option to buy the car after the lease. And at the same time, we are looking to replace more.
Right.
The whole almost the entire fleet needs to be replaced. It's all way past useful life. I think there's one truck that's decent, the Toyota, right? So the math works out around the same. I just don't know if we want to put trust in the future that we're not going to find ourselves in the same place again. We can do a resolution, but the resolution doesn't have to be followed, right? I think for the first switch, I like leasing. We can always come back and buy it in 3 years if we need to. We have, how many more vehicles are we going to be looking to try to update?
So the next year would be 3 more, and then after that would be the Tacoma and the recommendation 2 additionals for code. Yeah.
Right, and code, I think, pays for itself if we get the right car, because we're already spending $500 a month for code cars anyway. I think we can find the right small car for that amount. I think because we're going to have to replace 3 more next year, at least I would like to. I think leasing might make sense. I'll listen to everybody else, but I would be interested in, let's say, the 6. I think it makes sense to look at purchasing some of them. But I think for the first step to finally doing it, we can lease. In 3 years, we can go back, and if we want to keep them, depending on the mileage, equity, we can always keep them later. Like, the lease doesn't tie our hands forever. But I agree with you. I've been sharing the same back and forth. It's a good discussion to have.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Director, I guess I have a simple question. What option saves us the most money down, with the lifespan of this vehicle? Like, if we lease and then purchase, we have to, there's a purchase agreement already agreed to in the lease.
There's a residual when you lease at the end that there's already a predetermined amount that you buy it for. But especially following up on the point that Councilmember Herzberg just made is we're going to have low miles on these vehicles. So this is, I think, 10,000 miles.
Yes.
Right. So if we only put 6 or 8 per year, we're going to have actually equity at the end, even though it's a lease, and you could still access that equity, even if it's just to trade it in, because you could.
Yeah. So you're saying that if, according to our previous mileage, that we're going to get that equity in the lease, and it'll save us, it'll be less money to purchase, and it'll save us money compared to buying right now?
Correct, and we can use that equity when we go 3 years from now, when we go to replace these, we can use that equity as kind of like a trade-in for the second, for the replacement of these vehicles 3 years from now.
Whatever option saves us the most money down the road, I'm for. So if you're saying lease or buy.
I mean, if it's pure, we could just say, let's not replace any of them, and these things.
No,
right.
that's not.
That's right.
There's an option. We have to.
Right.
We have to replace. But
right.
I like the most definite answer on what's going to save us the most money. Leasing, you feel, will save us the most money?
I think we have to think of what operationally, right? Operationally, we're never going to get in the position that we are now, where we have vehicles that are dilapidated. They're not a good representation of the town. They're 100+ miles. They're 10 to 15 years old. We'll never get ourselves in that position. We're always going to have reliable, well-representing vehicles, and it's more predictive. We can predict that in our future budgets. We're not going to have peaks and valleys. One year we're going to have a big hit because we have to replace 2 or 3 cars. Then afterwards it's nothing for a few years. So it's more predictive when we have the lease and we have the steady expectation of what the expense is going to be.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yep.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Let's correct a verbiage there. Cars don't hold any value. The moment you drive out of that vehicle, and you take that first curve, that vehicle lost value. Whether you lease it, whether you purchase it, let's not lie to each other. Cars are not an investment, and that's the bottom line. So, now that I've got the purchase order, okay, have we shopped this? Because who have we shopped it with? We've got only one.
No, sir. No. We did this analysis several months ago, and we've checked with contracts
Bowman?
that are.
Did you check with Bowman?
We did not. We checked with Omar Detail Forum, all the different places that we compared pricing.
So for us to go dealer by dealer, we can't really do that.
It's a job.
That would have it would be because of procurement. It would be an invitation to bid.
Okay.
For essentially to shop around and every interested party. What we did comparables with existing state and other government agencies that have previously procured contracts that we can essentially piggyback off. And that was the table that I presented in the last two reports. That table was included. And the last one, I included some additional feature costs that Councilmember Garcia requested. And during that meeting was when the direction was given to proceed and get pricing from the auto mall. But for us to go to other dealers, that would essentially put us back to issue an invitation to bid, wait our 30 days, we review that, and then bring it back in a future council meeting.
Did you check TrueCar?
Again,
TrueCar is a tool that you can compare it to. Let me ask you a question. Let's say we pull the plug today, and I find out tomorrow that I go down to Bowman and I speak to the fleet manager, and I come back with a purchase order signed that we could have saved, if we're leasing it, just using a hypothetical number, on one vehicle, I could have saved $50 a month, whether we purchase it. What happens if I go out there and I shop it and I come back with better numbers? What do we say?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, I would be one of you.
If that happens, it's going to happen before they sign the lease, and I promise you, if you present it to them, that they'll go with that $50 less option, because they're not going to sign it for another few
Omar,
days anyway.
the Automall also committed to doing free preventive maintenance, and they're right around the corner. They're not in South Dade. I think Bauman is down in South Dade.
I think it's just the oil changes for the 2 years are included, but the Automall went ahead and included that. We have it in writing.
That's what I wanted to ask. So that's on both the financing and on the lease?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just get my 2 cents on the record. I do prefer the lease option. I'm currently leasing a car for the first time. Again, in my case, it's also the first time that maintenance is included, and not having to worry about preventative maintenance is a very huge upside.
Just to clarify, from what I remember, I think it's just the oil changes. Not a full maintenance. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
But in any case, I like the lease option primarily because for many residents, seeing our fleet out there is their main visual of the town actually out there doing stuff other than our police vehicles or our sheriff's vehicles. They should be presentable. While we are a town that runs a very tight ship, and as it should be, I don't think that means that we need to go around in beat up cars that are over 4 or 5 years old. And I think that having that option, as Councilman Herzberg mentioned, of hey, if there's a car or two that maybe on a rough year where we want to save and say, you know what, we're going to exercise our option to purchase, we can do it. We're not blocked out of that option, whereas with the finance model, it is very likely that a future council is going to say, you know what, not this year, and then not this year, and then not this year. And, it just gets kicked down the road and we end up in the same place. So I do support the lease in this situation. And if there's no other comments, Mayor, I'll just go ahead and make the motion.
Make the motion, please.
You had something? I'll move to go ahead and adopt the staff's recommendation for the lease of 2
I'll second
Chevy
it. Any further
Colorados
discussion?
and 1 Chevy Silverado.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. All right, we are now ready for Susanna, Ms. Alonso, on 9G, report on school zone cameras.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me sign in here so I give you I'm here to report on the school zone cameras that were requested by the council, by Councilman Ray Garcia in January. It's almost a year ago. We've been working on this and meeting with the police, and we've been meeting with some representatives of the company that is doing it throughout the county, and we've been working out the numbers to see how that would affect our budget. I'm putting in here Basically, the civil penalties would be $100 per violation, and they would be distributed as it's on the memo. $20 to the state general fund, $60 to be between the county and us. We get 39 of those. $12 to the school district, $3 to FDLE. I think it's some state program that does criminal standards and training, and then an additional $5 for our school crossing guard fund that has been talked about recently. So these are the fines that go with the regular fees. If somebody gets a fine and they contest it, there's additional fines that they get charged as the fees adjudicated. I'm messing up all the words because, but yeah, because that would go through a. You guys explain it better. Where's Detective Oyoa helping me out here? There he is. I'm messing this up, sir. But basically, those fees are separate, and they would be charged.
Major Junior.
Yes, you explain that part.
Good evening, Lieutenant Ulloa. Pretty much what she's getting to is like for the initial civil citation, right? If they contest it, obviously they will go in front of a magistrate, no different than what they do for like building a code. Then depending on what fees will be assessed in reference to processing, et cetera, obviously that will come to the town. If those fines are not being paid, then obviously we would go towards now, which is where we kick in, which our officers are going to be trained to obviously validate the citations. They become a uniform traffic citation, and then they go through its regular process for the clerk of courts.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
And then,
Susana, is there a need for this? This is to law enforcement also. Is there a need for these cameras?
Certainly these cameras would go a long way towards establishing some of our priorities about reducing speeds in many of our roads, making residents much more aware of how fast they're going sometimes through some of these zones. It's certainly in line with a lot of the things that we're doing lately. Is there a need? That's what you guys are here for.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia, is there anything else?
No, I just wanted to find out if there was a need.
Okay, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to talk about this because this was a request that I made and was actually this was almost 2 years ago, and I appreciate the time you spent. The whole point of this item was to, first of all, our kids' safety, number one. Public safety was the number one priority. And in these last 2 years, many, as you've seen in the news, many municipalities have adopted these school zone cameras. So the main issue was how can we ensure the safety of our kids? Not to focus on Miami Lakes residents, but we've all been in school zones and we've seen people just shoot by at extraordinary rates, and you're like, this is a school zone, what's going on? So this will mitigate that, help our officers with lowering the speed zones in our close to our school zones. It also talks to, and I know one of your items, Mr. Mayor, is alternative revenue sources that we can use to put back into our safety, public safety. And I would, seeing the numbers here and what other towns have, I would love to see this pushed into, if it's adopted, and I recommend the adoption, push back into hiring police aides, more police officers, to help fund the crossing guards, anything to do with public safety. The money would go back into public safety. And also, I see here that other LPRs could be used, that the manufacturer is willing to give us some free LPRs to be used in other areas. Is that correct?
Yes, so the rate is that they would provide us an LPR per camera that they install. So if, let's just say, and those cameras itself are already LPR enabled, so in essence, you're getting 2 for 1, if that makes any sense,
Okay.
right? So those other LPRs would obviously, and they would take care of all the logistics, in reference to getting everything through the county approved and everything like that, because obviously they already have an ongoing account with the county itself and Public Works. So we can literally use it to supplement our net.
Our LPR net, yeah.
As discussed, and we can, obviously, in essence, close our net and obviously have a lot more access to cameras.
As a police officer and someone who's going to be the next, hopefully the next major, right? Would you recommend this as a good option to not only solve the issue with help with the speeding around speed zones, but help close that net, the LPR net?
I mean, I really do think it's a great tool.
Okay.
Not only for the school zone hours, but technically the program runs 30 minutes before school starts all the way through 30 minutes after school ends. So you're also getting speed enforcement during regular business hours. So if you have, let's say on 67th Avenue, there, it's 40 miles an hour. Now you're looking at, they can be cited if they're going over those 11 miles over.
Okay.
So you're getting enforcement throughout the entire day of school enforcement, not just while it's 15 miles an hour.
Would the LPR function be 24/7 with
Yes.
stolen cars?
The LPR
Okay.
is just a notification system. Those work all the time. And the cameras, in essence, they work 24 hours a day. They just obviously are set to be able to dispense the citations during those school hours.
I would like to see this focus solely on speed zone, school zone, right? And the LPR function, and not just open to just traffic tickets for speeding on the other time. I would like to focus it on, can we do that, just
No,
focus on?
it's literally per state statute. It's
Okay,
30,
perfect.
It's 30 before to 30 after. So you get the full coverage. So meaning as students are, let's say, leaving on field trips, as students are being picked up early from school, they're going to doctors, whatever, you're still having that enforcement factor. And the main focus of the program itself is technically, like their main focus is to mitigate the
Absolutely.
speeding. So no different than for a lot of you guys that know, obviously, American obviously has one
Yeah.
going on 67th Avenue.
Mhm.
It's 7, 8 o'clock at night. There is no school going, and people are going crawling at 30 miles an hour.
And-
So it's a tool nonetheless that works.
And
even-
correct me if I'm wrong, we can decide on the probationary period, we can have it to make sure everybody's educated on this.
If
We
I'm
can-
not mistaken,
30
I
days,
think the
60 days.
window's 30 days.
But can we expand that if we need to?
That would be a question for the company.
Okay.
I don't really know.
Okay. Because we definitely need to, if we implement this, educate the public, make sure they know this is happening, and give them enough time to adjust, because I would hate to see surprises out there. So honestly, I would, I would move to have the staff look into this and adopt
And
this.
I also think, if I'm not mistaken, I think during that 30-day window, which is their primary function, right? Like those 30 days, obviously they actually send out written warnings. So it's
Okay.
not just like, oh, magically one day it starts. If you're going through during that 30-day grace period, you do get a written warning. So those drivers physically are receiving obviously notification that they were speeding, and that it would go live at a specific date.
I'll second Councilman Garcia's motion for discussion.
Go ahead.
On paper, everything, it looks great. Honestly, I'll tell you, the biggest red flag to me was the amount of money coming in, because it looks like a profit center. And that's not the business of the government. And these cameras are operated by private companies, right? And they make money off these cameras too. I'm sure it's a great tool. I've read a lot of issues with them, though. I know the sheriff's department had a huge problem, not with the same one, but with the bus camera as well.
It's a different company altogether.
I know, but red light cameras are very controversial. A lot of towns got rid of them. If you guys remember, I actually don't know of any that still have them. Maybe Miami Gardens still has them. The vast majority of towns that had red light cameras got rid of them. So while I agree that it could be a good tool, I'm not comfortable with speed cameras. I'm really not comfortable with the 30 minutes between school zones. If it was only the school zone, I might be a little bit more comfortable. And now that state statute, we don't even have that ability to only make it the school zone. I remember when red light cameras went into place. I remember the controversy, and there's a reason why most municipalities got rid of them. And one of the issues I really hate about these is it's a $100 fine. So in reality, the vast majority of people, even if they've been fined improperly, are just going to pay the fine, because they're not going to spend 2, 3, 4 hours to fight their fine for $100. So I just can't support an item like that, and just because of everything that happened with the red light cameras over the years, and and I don't like the idea that it's a cost, it's a money maker. That idea I don't like, right? I don't want traffic enforcement. It's not meant to make money, which clearly this does, because hey, people speed, right? But those are my thoughts.
Through the chair.
Wait, first, there was a lineup here. Councilman Fernandez and Councilman Sanchez.
So you answered the question regarding, it's been clear now that it's going to be half an hour before school starts and half an hour after school ends, regardless of not necessarily when we typically knew what was a school zone hours, which was, I think, about an hour before it started and an hour after it started, and then it did it again in the evening or the afternoon for pickup. That's clear now. I'm going to have a conversation with my wife, because we do have a street that to get to our home, we have to go right in front of that Bob Graham, and she speeds. But I will support it. There's no doubt on the record.
Way to throw her under the bus.
The bus is coming. On the record, on the record, she absolutely speeds.
Make her use the golf cart.
But yeah, we can give her the golf cart. Yeah, take away her car. But I disagree, because I do think that it's a good tool to be able to have folks slow down, because I know that especially that street is such a long street, and it's a straightaway, and people, they drive probably 40 or 45, 50 sometimes. I would support it.
If I may, I'm just not going to support the item. It's the constitutionalist in me. But is there a way that we can expand that probationary period? Because I would want it to be 90 days. I want it to be an extremely long amount of time, because again, this is not a money maker, and the town is not in the business to make money off residents or visitors, right? And that's what this is. Let's be honest. It's a private company that makes money off these pictures. They lobbied in Tallahassee. They got the bill done, and now they're making money. And yes, the towns make money too. Not saying there's not an effect that it will slow people down. But my biggest issue with it is, even when you get wrongly ticketed, people are going to pay, because $100 is not worth 2 to 3 hours coming to a magistrate hearing. And I guess the question is, the magistrate, would that be through the town or through a different clerk of courts?
Yes, it would be here.
Okay.
It would be a magistrate that we pay out of the fees that are asserted as people contest their tickets.
Okay. That makes me feel a little better that it'd be here at least.
Councilman Sanchez.
Okay, as someone that has received 4 of these citations around American Senior High School, and yes, it is 11:30, 11:45 in the morning usually when it happens. This $100 fine, I can tell you that I have never received a single one. What I have received is a citation in the mail, not a letter from any company or anything like that. Is the company that is presented to us, or Red Speed, is it the same one that has the cameras at American High?
Yes.
I can tell you that they're not keeping their word of just sending letters to go to a magistrate and appeal it. They're sending citations in the mail. When the citation comes in the mail, does the town receive any funds from that at this same breakdown that you have on here, where it's $39 to the town out of the 100?
Supposedly, yes.
Okay, because I can tell you I've received 4.
Well, not for American High, because it's not within the town.
Right, but I'm
boundaries,
just using the example of American, but they are not sending the notices. They're not. They're sending citations, but not notices. From personal experience.
Yeah, I have no way to contest that. I mean,
And as
LT, speak into the mic.
Like, I have no way to contest that. I don't necessarily know. I mean, obviously, you know from, and obviously,
experience,
we've
personal experience.
At least from my counterparts with MDSO, obviously, we have a unit dedicated directly just to that. They've never had any issues with that being a claim. Again, I know that the American High is relatively new, so maybe that might be part of the equation. I don't want to speak out of turn and speak for them, because I'm not sure.
Yeah, and we can talk to
is.
them and get some feedback back on what are the measures that they take to ensure that the proper steps are being taken, and they're not going from 0 to step 2 or 3 instead of bypassing the.
And as a secondary thing, within MDSO, your speed guns, you have to calibrate them every certain amount of time, correct? To make sure
to calibrate what? I'm sorry.
To calibrate your speed, your
yeah.
guns,
So
guns.
it's typically every 6 months.
Okay. Just to make sure that they're running properly. Is there a regulation for these private companies to regulate theirs to make sure that they are taking the actual speed if they're a private entity?
I am not 100% sure on that question, but I'm pretty positive they do have to have that calibrated, like no different than any of our radars or lasers.
And that would be
I mean, even our
calibrated
vehicles
through-
get calibrated. It's no, it's really no different. I can foresee that being part of the equation, but those are questions that we can pose to the company to see what they're, and they
Right.
can give us that, that extra.
Right, because when it gets to
better
the
information.
point of after the initial warning, and then it comes to your department to give the citation, that officer that's going to give the citation is counting on the data that's coming from their equipment, not from our own equipment.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So when the calibration happens, is it done by their company, or is NDSO involved to make sure that it's being calibrated properly?
That's a question for the company. I don't have that answer.
Okay.
Yeah, I suspect that it's got to be somebody who's got a certain certification, a company, somebody the size of MDSO. You guys may have your own people in-house that calibrate it. Some smaller municipality may rely on a third-party vendor that has the proper certification to calibrate it. So Red Speed being purely speed cameras, they may have internally people that are properly certified by whatever agency certifies them to be able to calibrate their own cameras. And they probably have to demonstrate that it's been done within a certain time period.
Okay, then I would be comfortable.
I can bet, like, obviously, everybody, for the majority, everybody's some sort of, like, lawyer, right? So I would figure that would be kind of like the first go-to, is like, is the equipment properly calibrated, et cetera. I can foresee them obviously being in that arena, that would be, that would be all part of it. And like our vehicles are being calibrated by a third party. Our radars are by our third party. I can foresee that they probably don't handle that internally. They have a separate company to obviously to offset. So it's it's not favoritism or whatever.
Then what I would be comfortable with is deferring this until we, just to cover both bases, that we get documented that whenever they send out the warnings for the initial infraction, that they send it out via certified mail, in order to be able to track that the recipient of the notice from Red Speed was actually delivered. And the second factor is that we get documented proof from them of how their radar guns are calibrated to meet up with the standards of NDSO.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that Susanna can talk
Through the
to
chair.
about. We can get.
And for reference, you are not deciding anything today. This is just a management report, because a future ordinance would be coming in
As that
maybe
we have
January,
a motion
February.
on the table right now to approve it. That's why so my motion is to defer until we have that more information.
I'll second that.
Well, I'm going to vote no on the motion to defer, just because at least I share Councilman Herzberg's concerns. I was the only one, I think, that voted against it last time it came up. And those concerns have, not been alleviated, although I will say that it is tempting from the standpoint of the LPR function, but it's still not enough yet to win me over. So, I mean, I would rather just, personally just vote it up or down, but, I just wanted to state that before we proceed now to vote on the motion to defer. Anything else?
Through
on
the
motion?
chair.
Anything else on the motion to defer? Councilman Garcia, on the motion to defer.
Sure. Can I give the reasons why I'm against the motion to defer? Or
Yeah,
is-
yeah,
okay.
yeah. No, as it just needs to be germane to the motion to defer.
Well, yeah, the reason I want to put is to get a start on this. If we're going to go ahead and vote on it, to get a start on the request that Councilman Sanchez made, of course, I want to see, to make sure that the Sheriff's Department signs off on it. And if the Sheriff's Department feels that this is something that is meeting the standards, then we've met that criteria, that we give enough time. We give definitely enough time, 90 days, up to 90 days for warnings. And I just want to have my colleagues consider, this is a win-win-win-win-win-win, because we're getting LPR coverage. And the difference between a child getting hit by someone driving 15 miles an hour and someone driving 40 to 50 miles an hour is life or death. And this is the point of this, to save kids' lives. It's not to create a constitutional issue, which I know you have. It's not to make money at all. It's to save lives. And if at the same time we get LPR coverage and fund additional police, I believe it makes sense. So that's why I'm against the motion to defer. I'd like a vote right now, if possible, to at least look more into it.
Councilman Garcia only on the motion to defer, as an explanation as to why you're either voting for or against the motion to defer. We're not debating yet. We're not debating the merits of the underlying item.
I just asked under a PP, under a point of personal privilege, and I asked a question, I didn't get my answer. Is there a need for this?
Well, that goes to the, again, a new motion was made subsequent to that we have to take up, which is the motion to defer. I know the Vice Mayor wanted to comment on that, and then I guess, did you also?
On the motion to defer, just, briefly, yeah.
Right,
I'm not going to support it.
Yeah, you're not? Okay, then in that case, go ahead, Councilman Herzberg.
Even though I'm against this, and I don't believe much would change my mind, I don't know how others feel. And from what I think, if this is going to pass, I think it makes sense to get more information. That's a feeling I have. So that's why I'm okay with deferring it. But I mean, if you don't want to defer, then I'll just vote no. It's your item, so I respect your item.
No.
Well, I know, but it's his item originally from a very long time ago. I remember when he brought this up. So that's what I'm saying. I respect his position on it's his item. He wants to vote it up or down. Then let's go and vote it.
Well, I'm good. Okay, all right. So
well, I mean, the input that I have is it's the staff has done due diligence for almost 2 years. Obviously the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department feel it's a tool. It's shown that it has a lot of benefits, and if we institute things that do not abuse it, and we put the residents first and make sure that they're not getting abused, as Councilman Sanchez. This still has to come back to us, right? They have to look into it and make sure that all these things are put in place. So this is just all we're saying to them by voting today is saying, yeah, go ahead and keep looking into it and bring us back the final result of the calibration and everything and the 90-day and all that stuff.
So this would have to come to you at least
he's
3 more
back here.
times. They would have to come to
3 more
you
times.
as an ordinance and then as a resolution to be awarding the contract and
So
decide.
all this
So yes, we
information
would.
that you've asked is going to come to light. So deferring it today is just going to push it back a month. All this information will be placed in front of you ahead of time. To all these questions you have will be answered before anybody even goes to a vote. So that's why I'm against the motion to defer.
Well, I'm a solid no on the motion to defer because I just believe that this is better to vote it up or down. I don't think any additional information is going to change my mind. At the end of the day, I think it's very easy for everybody, and this is not a knock on Councilman Garcia for the record, but it's very easy to justify almost anything under public safety, right? To save our kids and everything else. I'm not aware of any accident, or a major issue with accidents in the town involving our kids. That's why we have the school crossing guard program, among other things. I just don't see this as something necessary for the town to take up, especially with us not being able to fully control the hours of operation of the cameras. That lack of flexibility is really the main thing right now that's militating against it for me. But with that, Madam Clerk, sorry, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll. I hadn't looked over yet too.
That's all right. Calling the roll to motion to defer. Councilmember Garcia?
No.
Councilmember Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia?
I'm confused. I'm not in support.
Are you? Do you want to give staff more time?
Yes, staff more time.
So is your vote a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Herzberg?
No.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moreira?
No.
And Mayor Dieguez?
No.
The motion dies.
No, I said yes.
But that was to defer the item to give staff more time, which is exactly what you said you wanted to do. You've already voted, sir. We need to continue.
Now we go back to the main.
Yes. Now we go back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Vice Mayor Moreira.
All right, nowhere in here, in the memo or in what I've heard, have I been told about a cost. How much do these things cost?
The cost is run by the company that installs them.
Okay.
So in theory, they're lock key ready for us.
So there's no upfront installation cost, there's also no subscription cost, ongoing cost, anything like that?
All costs are paid for by the tickets, by the
Okay, so
citations.
that $100 is split up as shown in the bullet points. Nowhere in that bullet point do I see how much is going to red speed.
Hold on.
It's not in there. It's $20 going to the state general fund, $60 being shared between Miami Lakes and Miami-Dade County, $12 to the local school district as if they need more money, $3 to FDLE Criminal Standards and Training Fund, and $5 to for school crossing recruitment and retention. Nothing in there's going to a private company.
This is the information we were
I get very
provided.
weary when I see hidden fees, because that's what this sounds like. Then secondly, I share Councilman Herzberg's constitutional concerns. Mine are actually a little larger than that, and it goes into the slippery slope. I see this as a gateway drug, almost, into red light cameras and just general speed trap cameras, not associated with this. Also, call me greedy, but I don't like that the town is the one that gets to set this up. We get 39%. I want more. I don't want to pay the local school district anything. They're not putting anything into this. And I also don't want to really pay anything to the state either. But obviously, I don't get to have a say. I also don't get to have a say on the schedule. I also don't get to have a say in the amount of the fine. We've had this discussion up here 1,000 times of Tallahassee trespassing into municipal affairs. This is just another example of that, but hidden with a nice bow tie. That's how I see this.
Anyone else on the substance of the motion? Or are we prepared to vote? I think we've had enough discussion on the substance. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Calling the roll on the main motion. Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Councilmember Fernandez?
Yes, you made a great point.
Councilmember Garcia?
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia?
Do not support it.
Councilmember Herzberg?
No.
Vice Mayor Morera?
No.
And Mayor Dieguez?
No.
The motion dies.
With that, we are now moving on to item 9H, report on removal of certain hedges along 87th Avenue by myself and Director Bagdown. And let's pick up the, I got it right this time. All right, let's pick up the pace, guys.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. The item you have before you is coming from direction from the council to look at the areas on the west side of 87th Avenue where there's intermittent missing plants, and looking at options to go ahead and clear that. As you have before you in the report, it goes over what we look to do on 87th, as far as removing the existing plants that are still there, resodding, and that will create an entire swale of seamless sod down the west side. There's also some slight removals of intermittent plants on the east side as well, and then two other areas that were located by staff that are corners or medians that have habitual traffic issues and vehicle accident issues that over time have taken away a lot of the planting material that's in there. We replace when we can within our gas tax funds, but these are essentially the areas that we have identified, and then the total cost there is provided for you in the memo.
Is it, Director, is it possible just to, how much would it be just to remove the original hedges that I had identified?
Just on the west side is $17,000.
But that's just those on 87th Avenue?
Yeah, that's to remove and resod. Let me make sure, and resod. And there's also going to be minor adjustments to irrigation to go from risers within the plant material to bring them back down to actual pop-ups.
Do we have money by any chance, Mr. Manager, to go ahead and at least do that part, you know?
How much was it for the?
17,000.
Yeah.
So that's going to eat up.
It's a zero-sum game, so we could do it now, but if you commit that you're going to refund that back to the fund, because if we spend it the 17,000 on this, we're going to not have it available to spend on other things.
Well, look, I'll be willing to then wait until the mid-year budget amendment, but I just want to make sure that we get moving on that. I mean, I think those are what normally would be the easy ones that we can rack up, to beautify the town by removing those ugly areas. So definitely, for the mid-year budget amendment, as I know you stated you were going to do anyway, please bring that back.
We'll put it at the top of the list.
Thanks.
Now,
do you want
I don't care. You want the full 24 for all three areas, or just the hedges?
If it's going to go ahead and cover, all that in one shot, yes, okay. Absolutely.
Will do.
Anything else on this?
Can I be clear on something? If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Herzberg.
I agree. I hate the way they look. I personally, my only concern, and maybe speak with Susanna about it or somebody, is that from my perspective, though, those hedges, because they're close to the roadway, actually make the roadway look smaller. So it makes speeding less tempting. So looking at replacements makes sense. I don't like the hedges. I would like to get rid of them, but and I get it. If we have the money to just get rid of them first, but making sure we come back with replacements. And I like the replacements you put here on the proposed fill-in. I feel like those are nice replacements for flowers, just saying. But
Oh, on the next item.
Yeah. What about mulch? What do you think about mulch?
we'll get to the $1 million question later.
Remember what I said about mulch?
I forgot that that is the mulch hater caucus over there. So you know. All right. With that, thank you. Is there anything else? All right. Thank you, Director. And now we are moving on to item 9I, right of way flower options.
Yes. 1 second.
You may continue.
Yes. So the item you have before you is also, once again, direction from the council to go ahead and look at options at if we were to go in lieu of our quarterly flower changeouts, and staff's recommendation and alternatives for the council to consider. As you'll see in the memo, staff's recommendation is to maintain the seasonal quarterly flower changeouts. This is something that goes back to our beautification master plan. It goes back towards the ideals of the town and essentially what separates us from other communities. So before you, you have staff recommendation as well as other alternatives. I open it up for questions.
I have a
Vice
question.
Mayor.
What would be the offset or the set off in costs in moving to something like what's being proposed as an alternative and having to now spend additional money every single mow cycle or trim cycle to trim these hedges as opposed to just doing the quarterly changeouts?
So we'd have to take that into account depending on what type of plant is put or if it's sod. If it's just sod, it's just mowing, which is
Yeah,
much
I
less.
don't think anyone up here is going to support just sod.
Yeah, so if it's not going to be sod, then there is going to be an increase in line trimming. I'd have to go ahead and quantify that.
Yeah, because that's my concern, that in the search for savings, we're saving a nickel, but then downgrading in the look of our town. And that I'm not okay with. You know, that's something that, you know, Councilman J.C. Fernandez and I discussed while we were up here during the budget cycle. I'm not willing to save just a nickel, but then severely degrade the look of the town. If there was a significant savings, I'd be willing to consider it. But if we could get something like that, that would be very helpful in making a determination.
Through the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I sent a picture to the manager the other day. It's a native plant that does not require trimming. And if it does require trimming, it's after a long time. Minimal trimming, if that. And that's what I think we were all looking for. Not hedges, flower hedges that require manpower, but native plants that do not require manpower. I think that was the crust of what we wanted from you in that sense.
I'd have to see what was sent. I don't know what material was sent. I went ahead and took a look at what we have around town to keep uniformity, and that was the goal behind that. And then even to the point of non-maintenance, the other aspect that was highlighted in the memo is even if there are future vehicle accidents, plant material will need to be replaced, which is going to be more expensive than sod.
Sure, but I know the whole point of this, and I think the Vice Mayor hit it on the head right now, is to save money.
Mm-hmm.
So adding trimming is not going to save money, apparently. So if you can look into natives that are annuals that do not require any trimming for maybe every 2 or 3 years, maybe if it goes into, but that's what I think what we were asking for, at least what I was asking for when I asked for this.
Understood.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Yes, we need to find a solution to find a species of tree that needs low maintenance or no maintenance, and they're out there. So that is, you guys, Councilman Garcia stated it. Low maintenance or no maintenance. And that looks good. That's very important. Good looking.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And part of my item later is on flowers, so I'll discuss it now. First of all, this entry featureway, I assume that needs some maintenance. And I agree, if the cost savings were minimal, $5,000, $10,000 a year, I somewhat agree. But everyone should have copies of pictures I've taken of the flower beds. And I will note, the flower beds by me on the west side of town, And compared to the ones on the east side of town, the east side of town flower beds seem better maintained, better planted for whatever reason. But to me, the flower beds that I see every day, and I included on the east side of town as well, which do look much better, I don't see even the aesthetic purpose, honestly. You barely notice them. You're in your car. You're driving 30, 35 miles an hour. I don't even see the aesthetic purpose of this. If you look at one of these pictures, we have these newly planted flower beds around a rusted no U-turn sign. I just don't even see the aesthetics of it, honestly. If we can get something that's lower cost and low maintenance, personally, I think just sodding it makes sense, because where is the aesthetic value? I can see it a little bit maybe here on 67th by Main Street. It's a corner that has a lot more pedestrians. But on 82nd Ave, on 154th, I don't even see the benefit, even if it looked great for the cost. That's just my opinion. But I think if we can get an idea of something that makes sense that would not need additional cost, then maybe that's something the council will approve. I don't think the appetite at least from the majority is here to get rid of the flowers. But personally, and maybe it's something we look at that's why I wanted to defer the beautification master plan amendment, because I didn't have any time to review it. I don't even see the benefit as is anywhere based off the locations, other than a few spots where you have pedestrians. I get it for pedestrian heavy areas, but for car heavy areas, why? What's the point of having flowers you're driving by at 30 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour? I just don't see it, but that's me. Flowers, not mulch. Mulch is later.
Is there anything you don't hate?
I don't like speed cameras too, you're right.
All right, who's next? Anyone else?
I think that's it.
Okay. Anyone have?
9J.
All right. So 9J, Mr. Manager, potential impact of state legislative action on ad valorem tax collection.
Yeah, this is feedback on, Mayor, your item 16G and a portion of Councilmember Herzberg item 16Q from last month's agenda. We quantified what as best we could, what the 7 bills that are currently in the State House of Representatives the impact that they would have if they were to pass on the town's revenue streams. Obviously, they're based on this year's tax base, because that's all we know at this point. So this was just, I don't think any action is required unless you are looking for any other data points or any follow-up on this. This is just informational for the council as a feedback on the items that you guys asked for.
I don't have anything further at this time, but if that changes in January, you'll hear from me.
Yeah, and if you have anything, you don't have to wait till January. If you just send it to me, we can provide it, and then
of course,
then we can sunshine it and send it to all of you. If any one of you have it, maybe it's information that would be beneficial to all of you.
Yeah, at least for me, again, knowing that the item, whatever version it takes, is going to pass, I would rather try to be proactive and trying to see if we can't come up with a legislative package that is revenue neutral, that phases out property taxes and, instead relies on alternative revenue sources. So, I think coming up with I'll work with you on that as far as coming up with a package. Obviously it's going to be a heavy lift, but I think we need to start getting proactive, knowing that this is coming down the pike and that it is likely going to pass.
If a mayor, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Herzberg.
Thank you. That's the same legislative package as what I discussed with the town manager. I believe it's something we need to make so then we can all be on the same page. I don't know what you heard. I attended a policy update from Florida League of Cities yesterday. It might be possible that the House just approves all 8 and says, here you go, Senate. Which one? I think that's very likely, and I think it's going to happen in the first few days of the session. So, it seems like maybe we'll first be asking the state senators, hey, keep us in mind, but it's something that we'll look up. And I remember last meeting, I proposed I would provide like a sort of a first draft of a joint letter. I'll do that next meeting, because I think by next meeting we'll know what the House has passed. And if it's everything, then we'll figure out how we want to attack that.
They haven't announced it, but I can share that the Senate is, even though they've been kind of cool to this generally, they are working on their own package. So I guess we just want to see what comes out of the House first. Anything else on this? Councilman Fernandez.
I just want to add that if what I would not like, I would like for us, and I think the intent of what you came up with, for us to find other revenue sources, because what I don't want is to go to Daddy and ask him for money every time we need to update our park or anything, so that's what I want to avoid.
I agree with you. Anything further on this? Seeing nothing, we are now on item 9L, report on 2026 FDOT Transportation Alternatives Grant, which is going to be heard concurrently with, I thought I had written down, I just ended up circling.
16B and 16C.
There you go, 16B and C. Yes,
Yeah, and
correct.
the reason we did it this way is the new mandate that the, any grant request be put into the regular resolution section. So they're both potential grants to apply for in the same program. It's the FDOT TAP grant. The first one is a expanded sidewalk to accommodate a shared use path along Commerce Way from 82nd Avenue around to where South Point is. The total project cost would be $1.6 million. 1.5 would be the grant. 155 would come from the town's PTP money out in the year 2031. The second project is a series of lighted crosswalks similar to the one that's on Fairway and in front of Veterans Park. There are 7 locations that have been identified. This project, the total cost would be $920,000. The town's portion, again in PTP money in the fiscal year 2031, would be $92,000, and they are before you for your consideration. Obviously, you can direct us to apply for both grants, one or the other, or neither one of the grant applications.
I'll go ahead and move that we approve the two resolutions for the TAP. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Do you want to have anything else?
I'm in favor of, especially with the low, what our side is going to cost us.
Yeah, I think our share is low enough for me to be comfortable with this. In the past, we have spent a substantial amount of money on these lighted crosswalks, which, relative to the accidents existing, or the record of accidents existing on that street, while we had some high-profile incidents and some, in the grand scheme of things, they were very low. But again, this ultimately will have help out, with public safety, and also, just enhance those areas, and for a relatively low cost. So I'm in favor of
And this will
those.
be past any commitments that we have, several years past any commitments we currently
Correct.
have with 59th Avenue and so forth.
So that's the other thing too, that it's pushed out far enough into the future that's not going to have any burden on, excuse me guys, easy in the conversations. But it's pushed out far enough into the future that I think it will not have any negative impacts on us in the near term. So with that said, is there any
So Mayor,
discussion?
just to be
Vice
clear,
Mayor.
if this one motion is going to address 16B
My
and
motion was for
16C.
both. Yeah, my
Okay.
motion was for both. Vice Mayor Moreta.
Can the project for 16B just be explained to me a little bit more? What exactly is the 1.6 paying for?
Yeah, absolutely. So the 1.6, again, oh, sorry, that was someone saying something. It's a sidewalk expansion along Commerce Way, so it would replace the existing sidewalk, which is in some sections 6 feet, in some sections 8 feet, and it would replace the entire existing sidewalk along that stretch with a 10-foot shared use path, as well as add crosswalks and some lighting in particular areas.
Okay. No, that's it.
All right. Seeing no further discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
So one no. Vice Mayor Moreta. Everyone else say yes.
I'm looking for page 292 to read this, and my book is totally off.
Councilman, but Councilman, remember, these are the two grants, 16B and C. So are you a yes or a no?
I am no.
Okay, so make that 2 no's. Yes. The motion carries. With that said, we are now on the attorney's report. Item 10A, settlement with the Becker and Polikoff PA law firm.
Yeah, this is probably the last case in the Pizzi saga.
I mean, at least we're finally moving.
This is Essentially, we've reached a settlement. The attorneys handling the case for us have reached a settlement with the Becker firm. The money has actually been paid, and it's sitting in their trust account. So there's no exposure to the town. The money has been paid. I strongly recommend the settlement based on facts that were developed afterward and everything else and everything that I've learned since. People have stepped up to the plate, and hopefully we put this matter behind us today. I recommend the settlement. You've seen the memo. You've seen the resolution. I've briefed all of you.
Second.
All right.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Quickly, Councilman Cuadra Garcia. Oh, okay. Yeah. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The settlement is approved. Item 10B, report on enforcement of town council ordinances and monthly report on SB 180. We'll begin with the Mr. Gastesi first. You want to defer now to your deputy attorney?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Mr. Cobia, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Lorenzo Cobia, Deputy Town Attorney. Just really quickly on the SB 180, the case has been filed, the complaint has been filed. There are several dozen cities that are included in it. We will keep on monitoring it, and at the moment that it's ripe, we will suggest filing an amicus brief or supporting pleading, whatever is necessary. So just to keep you informed on that. As far as the enforcement of town council ordinances, we have been able to make contact thanks to several of your efforts and the manager's efforts, and with the sheriff's department, and so now we're just organizing a meeting with the clerk and the sheriff. So by January, we'll definitely be able to report back a path forward to be able to enforce our ordinances. And that's all I have for you this evening. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we completed the committee reports already, and we are on special presentations. Please be quick on this. Vision Zero and Transportation Master Plan presentation. I love that speedy walk, because that's exactly what we need to do.
Mayor.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Yes, I was letting audiovisual to know that they needed to load up the presentations. I'm very proud to, I know that I've talked to all of you, yes, at least once in some of our outreach and community outreaches is a project that I am very excited about, that I think is going to change the way we talk about conversation about transportation for the next decade or two around projects in the town. And I'm not going to take a lot of time because I know we need to get out of here today. But Jesus Fuentes from EXP and Lenny Human, and they're going to be, we're going to make this short but very intense. So please pay attention because I know you're going to have questions afterwards. Okay.
Thank you for having us Thank you for having us today. I'm going to be quick. This is about 10 o'clock. So you guys know that in fiscal year 23, you got $304,000 to look at the transportation network throughout the city to find ways to reduce crashes and minimize fatalities and severe injuries. And with this money, you're going to be also updating the town transportation master plan, the Green, Grays, and Trails Master Plan, and the Complete Street Master Plan. But what is Vision Zero? Vision Zero is an initiative that comes from the federal government that looks at the safe system approach, which means that you look at crashes in a more holistic way, and they're thinking that they're preventable. And then you try to mitigate those by designing safer roads, providing education and enforcement, and a multi-layer system of protection to ensure that you minimize those crashes that result in fatalities and severe injuries. So we looked at the crashes throughout the town from the year 2016 to the 2024, and then excluding all the crashes that are happening at the highways on the Palmetto and 75. And in that period, you had 783 crashes. The reason why we excluded the Palmetto, the Gratney, and I-75 is because, as you know, the town of Miami Lakes is surrounded by highways. And if you aggregate those crashes, you might provide a false narrative that you have a lot of crashes, and when the crashes are not really happening within the town. And then typically you have fluctuations of crashes going up and down. Miami Lakes was doing pretty great until 2023, and then last year crashes went up 314%. So we're trying to figure out how to mitigate that and try to make sure that we can provide countermeasures that allow for reducing the speeding and all these different issues that are causing crashes in the town. And you can see the type of crashes that are happening. A lot of the crashes are rear-ending, which is suggestion of a lot of congestion. But you also have side swipes. You also have left turns, even crashes with animals. The 4.4% crashes were documented that way. Off-roads, meaning that the car is hitting a tree or some other item on the road. And then we map them out throughout the town, and you can see where all of them are located. And when you look at fatalities and severe injuries, again, everything was going great in 2023, but then in 2024, it went up again. Caveat that 2019 was the year that you have the highest number of people injured with 29. But last year, you have 19, so it's still pretty high. And you can see that the crashes are happening at signalized intersections. And the top 5 intersections where the crashes are happening, Miami Lakes Drive and 57th, 163rd and 57, 57 and 142nd, 57 again with the 158th, and Miami Lakewood North and 67th Avenue. You can see the pattern here. The 57th Avenue is the common denominator, and you will see why is that. You can see the heat map where 57th Avenue is lit. You have a lot of things happening there. It's not because of that. It's not because it's FDOT. It's just you have a much wider road with much larger number of lanes and speeds. So that combination is a good combination for crashes to happen, and that's why you see 57th Avenue like that. But you can see also on 67th Avenue, especially around the town center. You can see it on 154th, and also over there on 170th and 87th. And when you look at jurisdiction, who is causing, where the crashes are happening the most, about 69% of the crashes are happening on FDOT roadways. Typically, what you see in other towns in Miami-Dade County, the county is the second in that ranking, but in this time, here Miami Lakes is actually Miami Lakes roads with 22%, and 9% are on county roads. When you look at crashes in transit, about 68% of the crashes are happening a quarter mile from a bus stop. 32% are happening within 500 feet from a bus stop, and about 1% are related to mid-block crossing, meaning that a person was trying to cross to the other side of the street after getting off the bus and got hit. In intersection, about 71% of the crashes in Miami Lakes happen at intersections. 38% related to left turns, and 4% are related to crashes involving pedestrians and cyclists. Miami Lakes has a significant industrial area, and you can see those orange areas are the clusters of where you have freight activity, and you can see where the crashes are happening in regards to those locations. So some crashes are happening on, obviously, 57th Avenue, which is where the majority of the industrial area is in Miami Lakes. And I know that 57th Avenue is half of the road. It belongs to the county or Opa-locka. The other half belongs to the town of Miami Lakes. But for the sake of doing the analysis, you have to account it as one. And you can see over here crashes happening on truck AADT ADT, the traffic volume, daily traffic volume, you can see that 57th Avenue, again, is the highest with the road with the highest crashes, but it's not the highest it's not the road with the highest truck volume. It's actually 67th Avenue. It's a lot of the deliveries that are happening to town centers and all this increases the number of deliveries happening and traffic. If you look at the metrics, about 8 crashes with commercial vehicles all across town, and 37% of the crashes are, right on impact. And what do we do with all this information? So we created what we call the high injury network. And the high injury network is where you select all the roads within the town that accumulate the majority of the crashes. And you can see there that only 9 miles of roads within Miami-Dade account for 85% of all the crashes. So it's very specifically located where things are happening, and these crashes are, these roads are the ones where we're going to focus our countermeasures, where we're going to present to you next time that we present this topic. We did a lot of public outreach. We started in July. We met with a lot of you guys that here. We been doing also educational campaigns, and we have given helmets to the folks. We started a farmers market, and then we went on a national night out with the police department at the beginning of August. We also, here is Commissioner Cuadra Garcia talking to us at the coffee at the fire station. We also went again to the farmers market the same day. We went to the senior bingo luncheon, where we provided a lot of information, and we collected a lot of surveys. We went to the Miami Lakes Chamber of Commerce beginning of September. We went again to the bingo. We collected again a lot of surveys and information. We went to the Cars for Heroes and the Poptoberfest as well at the end of last month. Throughout this time, we have met with all the committees and all the different stakeholders, from FDOT to DTPW, which is the county, Parks and Rec, the Miami-Dade Transit. So we have gathered, information from all different stakeholders throughout, that deal with transportation in Miami-Dade County, Miami-Dade TPO, and et cetera. We have created a dashboard. If you want to scan it, look at where the crashes are happening. It represents everything that we have collected so far with regards to metrics. We have also, you want to scan it? Yep. Okay. Once, twice. We have also have a public's comment map where residents have been pinpointing where they would like to see improvements in town. The comments map is going to be open until the end of this month, because we're closing out all the data gathering from the public. We have also collected a lot of surveys from that. The virtual version is going to be open until the end of the month as well, because we're closing that out. And that's pretty much it for this presentation. Any questions?
Through the chair.
I'll open it up to the council, but first I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Fuentes, for the presentation.
Thank you.
It was interesting. It doesn't surprise me any of the locations that were identified as part of the high injury network. So it seems about right. It makes sense. So I guess I'll wait to hear what your suggestions are in the future when you come back and present. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I want to just echo the fact that I've seen you at different events, and Susanna as well, working really hard, trying to get that input. And you did a real good job explaining it to us when we were there, so thank you for that. Quick question, 57th Avenue, that's the majority, but that's because people are trying to make a left into Miami Lakes and a right into Miami Lakes?
Yes, and also because it's, if 57th Avenue functions for a lot of things. It's the gateway to the industrial area of Miami Lakes, so you have heavier traffic going through there. It's the connection, people use it to cut through to avoid all the other local areas to go to and take the Palmetto. And And you can see in one of the images, I don't know if you were able to, can we go back to the other presentation? If you can see over there, you can see the Palmetto over there by 57th Avenue. You see the concentration of little dots. Every single little dot is a crash. So because you have the industrial area there, and because the Palmetto is a national part of the National Freight Network, and because you have a lot of people use it to cut through traffic, you have a lot of that happening on 57th Avenue.
But the other side is not Miami Lakes of 57th Avenue.
No, but I wanted to
Okay.
point out that, yes, I wanted to point out that the 57th Avenue, half of it is Miami-Dade County and the other one is Miami Lakes. Is that what you're trying
Yeah,
to
I
say?
know it's couldn't happen, yeah, but that, quick question. Could that be resolved by just FDOT increasing the time between the turn signal, turning red, and then the green? Just give more time between the signals so people won't take that left and get hit?
Signal phasing is an option to improve, yes, because you will reduce rear ending, because that's the majority of the crashes that are happening in town. What we're doing in the town also, when and saw additional funding from the federal government to do a freight component of this event, because a lot of the trucks are, the turning radii of those intersections are not adequate, and they're creating a little chaos when they turn around, so that's an unsafe situation. Okay. There's a lot of things that you can do on 57th Avenue. Adding sidewalk is also on one side, is also an important part. What we've seen, and I didn't show this over here, but surrounding the Miami Lakes Technical School, that one you see a lot of crashes there, and there's a lot of kids going and crossing to the, there's a Chick-fil-A across from it. So we've seen a lot of incidents there, and what we did was an evaluation of the crashes that are happening, because we want to find out if they're related to school or not. So we looked at crashes happening school days, school months, and crashes happening during school time. So that you have a concentration of crashes surrounding the schools, and this location in particular is where you see a lot of that. So, and that issue has been brought up not only by us in our reporting, but also has been brought up by Miami-Dade Public Schools, which we met, and also the Miami-Dade TPO.
I appreciate you, thank you. That's all.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Just got a quick question. At what time of the day are these studies being done?
The studies?
At what time of the day are these done? In the daytime, in the afternoon, at night?
When the frequency of the majority of the crashes are happening, a lot of them are happening in the afternoon, going to the evening, yes. And I remember that when you and I discussed crashes at the coffee at the fire department, there are not that many pedestrian fatalities in Miami Lakes, but one of them happened at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was a lady that was, I think it was the intersection of, so a lot of the crashes are happening at night. And then what we're seeing, one particular thing that is very unique, because every town, every municipality is different, but one thing that we see that is unique of Miami Lakes is that the crashes are happening because of the elderly driving or the young people driving. There's a significant concentration of old people and young people driving, causing crashes that is not seen in other parts of Miami-Dade County. So, yeah. So that you see that, and then we, at the same time, when we met with folks at the luncheon, they told us that, hey, I feel unsafe walking, and a lot of those, the elderly folks, they felt that they didn't want to get out of their houses because it was too unsafe for them to walk. And something that was repeated throughout all the experience that we have with the public, they all mentioned that they would like to see traffic calming in their neighborhoods. They feel that people are speeding too much in the neighborhood roads, and they would like to see traffic. That came up on and on and on and on every single time that we talked about that. So, but this is happening at night, and sometimes at night, if a person is not wearing a bright color clothing, they cannot be seen, and then things happen, unfortunately.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you for everything.
All right, so let me go to the next presentation.
Oh, sorry. Thought you were done.
So the reason that he's doing two separate presentations is that we're sort of leveraging the data to be able to accomplish two different studies that we needed to do. The second one that he's going to be working on using the same data is the Transportation Master Plan, which we were due since 2015 is the last time we even looked at it. So in 2004 officially, in 2015 it was when it was assessed again. So we're sort of rehashing all of our transportation related master plans using the same data and the same funds so that we can get ahead of ourselves a little bit.
Thank you. So like Susanna mentioned, this is the second effort that we're doing with the same information to save money to the town. In next time that I come to you, perhaps I'm going to be showing you, we're going to be discussing the Greenways and Trails Master Plan. This is another effort that we're doing. But so this one is a little bit different. We're using the same data that we use for all the other efforts, but the money pot comes from the Miami-Dade TPO. As part of the Board Resolution 22-2024, the Miami-Dade TPO approved the municipal program, and the Miami Lakes went after this program, and it was awarded, I believe it was early in 2024, and it entered into an interlocal agreement with the Miami-Dade TPO and to update the master plan. The original master plan was adopted in 2004. So Miami Lakes was a completely different town back then. Transportation technology was a completely different back then. The industrial area of Miami Lakes was completely different back then. So there's a lot of things that that were foresaw at the time that were completely different now. So that's why we needed to look at the dynamics again to foresee in the future what we can project to that needs improvements. So the goals of the master plan is to not only engage the community, but identify funding sources for implementation strategies, whether it's with DTPW money or the PTP money or the TAP, the program that you just approved, to update the traffic models using the current data that we have. Expanding the Greenways and Trails Master Plan, facilities in town, conducting a comprehensive assessment of the transit in the on-demand services that you have, and improving in first and last mile connectivity, and assess current conditions and identify alternatives for safety. And so that's how this transportation master plan ties into the Vision Zero. So this is how Miami Lakes move. Miami Lakes, about 76% of the population drives alone, and about 10% carpool. You have a significant amount of folks who work from home. There's about 11%, and the other modes is very, not that many. If you look at Miami-Dade County, even though Miami Lakes is the way the Miami Lakes moves around is very typical for a suburban community. Miami-Dade County has a very similar, a little bit more split into other modes, but you have about 67% of the folks driving alone, about the same amount of percentage carpooling, a much significant amount of people working from home, but you have some people taking the bus, walking, biking. So Miami Lakes, as of right now, doesn't have a lot of right-of-way to spare. We don't have any more road space to widen the roads like we used to have in the past. That's not the case. So what we're trying to figure it out is can we move Miami Lakes closer to the average of Miami-Dade County? Not to promote or propose anything that we're gonna have Brickell here in Miami Lakes, because that's not the case. But what we're trying to see is that, well, can we have Miami Lakes' future scenario by 2050 to be more in tune with what is Miami-Dade County right now? And the idea with this is to, preserve the existing suburban lifestyle. We're not proposing to have huge condos, Brickell type things over here. We want to expand the mobility options for Miami Lakers so they can decide to move however they want, not just driving. If they want to go to the farmer's market and they live close by, there's no need for them to drive. They can just, walk if they provide infrastructure for that. Also to acknowledge that since COVID, a lot of folks are working from home, and this is going to be increasing more and more and more, and folks are going to be starting to work from home, so then the need of driving is not going to happen. And then to enhance the economic competitiveness, and what I said about this is that if Miami Lakes wants to retain families with young children, if Miami Lakes wants to have more businesses, Miami Lakes has to be more competitive with the rest of the Miami-Dade County municipalities. So if Doral is offering a perception of much more attractive for young families than providing more sidewalks, more bike lanes, more access to transit, people are going to move to Doral instead of Miami Lakes. So Miami Lakes needs to adapt with the changes to be more competitive, to being able to attract businesses and attract economic prosperity. So this is about Miami Lakes moving with times to make sure that you can compete with other municipalities. And then also, I know this is very important for Miami Lakers, is to respect the personal choice. If you want to drive today, you drive. You want to walk, you walk. You want to bike, you bike. Or take transit, you take transit. But we are providing options to Miami Lakers so they can decide how they want to move. And then we started looking at every mode, which was not done that way in 2004. In 2004, it was everything all together. In this case, we're looking at every specific mode in Miami Lake and then providing options like that. So right now, you have about 10 miles of bike lanes, and you can see the majority of them are unprotected. The response to that, people do not ride the bike. Why? Because it's unsafe for them to ride the bike. So what we're looking is that, to increase the mileage, to start creating a network on bike lanes, and also to provide more protection. So folks feel safer riding the bike and then connecting to other parts of town. For pedestrians, right now you have 76 miles of sidewalk. And a lot of those sidewalks are, some streets have sidewalks on both sides, some streets have sidewalk on one side, some streets do not have any sidewalks. So we're trying to provide a connectivity and close those gaps. And then we're proposing to build about 16 miles of sidewalk. So this will create, this go also along with tree canopy to make sure that folks can walk in the summer. That's something that is very important. It's if you, one thing that your neighbor from the south is known for is that you don't have any trees whatsoever. And it's the only place in Miami-Dade County where you see the old abuelitas with the umbrella because it's extremely hot. That doesn't happen here. But in some parts of this town, you have no trees whatsoever, especially on the west side. So this is something that we have heard from the public in the luncheon that they have told us is too hot for me to go outside. It's too hot for me to go to buy Publix. So we need to provide trees. I know it sounds very simple, but that's something, adopting a tree program or creating something that creates more attractiveness to walking is something that we're proposing here. Transit. You have a lot of bus stops that are not ADA accessible, bus stops that do not have amenities, they don't have shelters, they don't have, it's only a pole with a sign and that's it. If it rains, you're screwed. You get wet. If it's too hot, enjoy the sun. So we're trying to humanize that bus stop and provide a decent facility for folks to take transit and be transit more appealing. So we looked at all those facilities, and then we created those who are those stops that need more attention. The ones that need more attention are the ones that are not ADA compliant, and they need to have some amenities. So that way, folks can take transit more often and with that reliable service. As we say, we provide shelters to those bus stops that have more than 20 boardings per day, providing bike racks wherever the bus stops are, so folks can ride their bikes to the bus stop or take the bikes with them on their ride. Mid-block pedestrian crossings where the bus stops are, and then providing east-west connection. This is something that was also mentioned a lot. Because you have the Palmetto dividing the city between two, the city is disconnected. The Palmetto might be the Grand Canyon of Miami-Dade. Because you have two completely separate neighborhoods, they're completely disconnected. And having that disconnection creates a lot of congestion because folks have to drive from one side to the other side. So because of that, you need to create a way to connect the two worlds, east and west, and provide much better connectivity between the two communities. Then we look at the roads. As of right now, there are roads already that are not meeting the level of service. They are already, the way that the town decided to have the level of service was the west side of the town could be with the level of service D. The east side of the town is with level service E. And because they're expecting to have more, movement of goods, more activity, and then but as of right now, a lot of roads do not meet even the level of service E. 2025. So can you imagine in 2050? They're not gonna meet that requirement. How are we gonna solve this if we don't have right of way to widen the roads? Right? So that's why we need to provide more options for folks to move around the town. By 2050, 19 of the 34 corridors with more ridership or more traffic volume are going to be completely failing even level service E. So this needs attention. Signal timing, providing other options for folks to move around. That has to be taken into account because as of right now, the volume of traffic is not going to meet the capacity that you have right now. And you can see here the maps of the projections of AAD, the traffic volume of 2025, and you compare it to 2050. 2050, you see a lot of red, a lot of orange.
Mr. Fuentes, can I just interrupt to ask?
Yes.
Approximately how many more slides do you have?
I'm almost done.
Okay.
Sorry. And you can see over here the volume to capacity, meaning that you're over capacity and then you need to address the congestion. So we have set up a set of priorities of corridors and which ones need attention from priority 1 to 3. We also looked at freight. As I mentioned, in 2004, the industrial area of Miami Lakes was not as developed as now. So Miami Lakes does not have a safe way for parking, truck parking as of right now. And the adjacent surroundings of Miami Lakes do not have it either. And Miami Lakes has a lot of, and Opa-locka has as well, and Hialeah has as well, and Metley has as well, a big significant freight area. So finding parking collectively is an important for folks to address. You have a resolution that prohibits parking on residential areas and specific areas. So finding that solution to address parking is important. Because trucks are gonna park illegally, and then you're gonna have folks violating that, and you have to spend resources of the police department, giving citations and whatnot. So recommendations for freight. You have to designate specific freight routes that the freight can take and does not disturb the residential component of the town. Do targeted improvements, intersections, like I mentioned, the turning radii. Trucks cannot turn in certain locations, so improving that is important. And working with regional partners to provide accessible truck parking, because that needs to happen to make sure that Miami-Lakes continues to be competitive and it continues to have a freight industry that can thrive. You need to have parking. So we have completed all that. We're working on the implementation plan right now and the final draft, and we're going to present the implementation plan, we're going to present it to you in January. And we're also going to present that to the planning and zoning. We're presenting to FTAC, which is the Freight Technical Advisory Committee, in December. And we hope that we have the final adoption in March. And again, we have the public map. People have provided comments where they would like to do improvement. Questions?
Questions, comments?
Just a comment.
Councilman Fernandez.
Through the chair.
Councilman Fernandez.
Through the chair.
I went as fast as I could.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So real quick, I think we sometimes lose sight of how important it is for mobility and for the residents to move. I remember being in the Neighborhood Improvement Committee back in 2010, 2012, when our mayor was the chair, and we proposed something called Complete Streets. I think it was adopted. I would like to see that vision move forward in our planning in the next few years. So that's all I have to say about it.
And I can say to you, Commissioner Councilman Fernandez, that is another component that we need to update as part of this effort. So most likely that's the last one that we're updating, and I'm most likely going to present that to you around March.
Any other comments or questions? Councilman Claudia Garcia.
Thank you, sir. I want to thank both of you for your hard work.
Thank you.
And dedication.
Yes, likewise, thank you both for your hard work. For the upcoming sessions,
yes,
I would recommend it take the form of a sunshine meeting first, so
Okay.
that you have our undivided attention and we're not thinking about other matters that are coming. We don't have people patiently waiting on a quasi-judicial hearing.
So the initial plan was to do this at the traffic summits, that we were going to have one for the east and one for the west, and we were going to do a special thing, but because of the funding sources that we have that have their own calendars where they could care less about our problems, we needed to have this adopted by a certain date, which is March, and because we postponed the traffic meetings, it couldn't happen at that time, so that's why we're making do with what we have.
Oh, of course. It's just a recommendation, just because it is a lot of
100%.
information.
That was the original intent, was
Yeah.
to do it in a public forum so that we would have more involvement from the public as well. And as you can see, this has been a big effort of community outreach. None of this has been created in a vacuum. All of this is obviously data collection and analysis, which is what he's wonderful at, but also a lot of conversations with a lot of individual residents one at a time. Is almost the same thing that you guys do when you go campaigning, only the only thing we talk about is transportation issues. So it's very dense in all the matters of information. Yeah.
Thank you. And wait, hold on.
Yes, thank you very much. Oh, Councilman Sanchez, actually, before you both go,
Something I'd like to recommend. This was a great PowerPoint presentation, but had we had it prior to today's meeting, instead of seeing all the slides one after the other, giving us time to digest and analyze everything, I think would have been a great benefit, especially for the next meeting in January. You have another presentation.
You will definitely have this accessible. I've already provided it to the clerk. I did not want to give you a preview because sometimes people make bad assessments. and then they have preconceived notions of what they're gonna see, but you have access to all of that. The clerk already has it, and he will make it available to all of you. And I think we're gonna be putting it on the website somewhere so that it's available for the public as well. Because obviously none of this is secret. The information comes with the explanation, and sometimes the information without the explanation kind of
But in
doesn't work out.
January, there's anher presentation, correct?
100%, yes.
Will it be the
You
same
have to
presentation?
adapt every one of these plans. So there's like 4 plans that have to be adapted at some point?
Yes, so the next presentation is not gonna be the same, it's gonna be the actual implementation plan,
And I
how.
would like to request for us to see
Yeah,
it beforehand
yeah,
so we can
that-
prepare.
that is fine.
I'm thinking like the college mindset that you read it and then you have the lecture. Like, you know.
Correct. No, and then what me and her are planning to do is also trying to present the final set of implementation to all these committees that make life in Miami Lakes, so we can have their approval as well. And then the first step, for example, for the freight, next month, we're going to seek resolution of support from the Miami-Dade TPO FTAC. So when we come to you, we have all this set of approvals already, and then it's all kosher with everybody.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. With that, we are now moving on to 13C, which was pulled from consent. That is the infrastructure sinking fund transfer for pocket parks and playgrounds, presented by the
I
one
think,
and only director,
The vice
Jeremy
mayor's the
Bagley.
one who actually pulled it, no? Oh, Steve, I'm sorry.
Want me to, you
Doesn't
want me to
matter.
read it
Like,
in?
they're not here, so we're still gonna move it.
Yeah, you want me to read it in?
I'm not waiting. I'm not waiting. So, what, director or Mr. Manager, why don't you guys go ahead and explain?
Jeremy, go.
What this item is for? Yes.
Yes, so this item is a budget line item transfer to move money from contingency within the infrastructure sinking fund to fund items that are due either next year or due 2026 or 2027. Move them up to this year just because of their degradation of these playgrounds and some of 2 of the basketball court surfaces, to go ahead and take care of them now as they're starting to pose not only safety concerns, but also we have identified these 4 of 7 in which parts are no longer manufactured for that play series of those playgrounds. So what you have before you is a transfer in order to go ahead and bring those 4 replacements of playgrounds, as well as 2 resurfacing projects for the only 2 remaining basketball courts that have not been resurfaced within the last 10 years.
All right, I'm gonna move its adoption, approving 13C. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion on this?
I just pulled it because
Councilman Hertzberg?
I just pulled it because it's a large item. I'm not a big fan of the consent calendar. I just wanted you to explain it. Did you already get bids for the playground equipment, or that's something that's will happen later?
So, no, we'll go ahead and get different quotes under the contract with the various vendors we already have, and we'll see which one fits the best and which obviously is the best deal. But we took the pricing, it's still from the infrastructure sinking fund. The way the model's built on how much we save every year is based off of price. We kept that same amount. So it's still the same amounts that we had
Perfect.
previous.
Sounds good, thanks.
Yeah.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
A recommendation that I'm going to make when we move forward and start investing money on all these playgrounds exposed to the atmosphere, sun, water, and all the good stuff, is that we start considering purchasing products that are marine grade. They can withstand better sun, and if you start going into that direction of marine grade, you're going to get a lot more for your buck. Okay?
We can take a look at that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Is there a motion in the consent calendar?
I motion to approve the consent
It's
calendar.
been moved by Councilman Sanchez. A second.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Hertzberg. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is passed. There are no ordinances on first reading, so we are now on ordinances in second reading. 15A, amending section 13-1509, fences, walls, and gates of the code, amending regulations for fences on sidewalks facing a street east of the Palmetto Expressway, by Director Susanna Alonso, who is walking back into chambers.
I got to read it.
He's got to read it into the record ordinance.
That's right. Mr. Attorney, go ahead and read the ordinance into the record.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Section 13-1509, fences, walls, and gates of the Code of the Town of Miami Lakes, amending the regulations for fences on side yards facing a street east of the Palmetto Expressway, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Director Alonso, you're recognized to go ahead and introduce the item, and then we'll have the public hearing.
This is the second hearing for this item, so after today will be or not. Responding to your request the last time for some visuals, produced a few models. They're very simple. They're with the free stuff that I can use on the internet, so forgive the fact that the houses do not look like Miami Lakes houses. They have a chimney, but but it's basically like the current code requires that the houses basically be fenced in between the two main structures, which is the point at which the same setback for the fence as it is for the main structure. So you end up with what you have right now, which is usually a short fence in between the two houses that, let me see if I can, hold on. I pressed something and I lost it. There you go. So right now it looks a little bit like this. The proposal of the ordinance is, instead of going all the way to the sidewalk, which would be next to the person who's walking right there, is to put it in, hold on, I'm not sure how this, there you go, is to go 10 feet from the sidewalk, 5 feet from the main structure, which in elevation looks a little bit like this. So it's still far away from the person walking down in the sidewalk. It's still 10 feet, but it does provide a little bit of privacy for the windows. This was heard by the planning board last week. I did not have, because it was heard on a Wednesday, and I did not have time to put it on I usually like to put the recommendations on the memo, but did not happen because of agenda constraint recommendations. They were very concerned about the fact that the fences would look different from one property to the other one. As you can see, that they would be the different material in the two properties. Honestly, that's something that can't be helped, because that's true today. That already happened, so that's not, but that was one of the biggest concerns they had. They also had some concerns regarding the materials that are used for fences. They would prefer not to see chain link fencing and or wood fencing, which has really bad longevity issues, right? But again, not something that would be contemplated in today's ordinance.
So just to be clear, what was they raised concerns, but did they
Yes.
ultimately recommend?
They ultimately recommended to proceed, but they would like to consider the aesthetics of fences maybe at a later date.
Excellent. Okay. With that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on this item. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none in chambers, Madam Clerk, is there anyone online?
No one is online, Mayor.
All right. The public hearing is now closed. So with that, is there a motion?
I motion to approve the ordinance in second reading.
I move. It's a verb. You always say I move. It's a verb, not a noun.
I move to
There you
approve the
go.
ordinance in second reading.
There you go. All right. So it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Ordinance in second reading, item 15A. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera. Oh, he's out. Mayor Dieguez?
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, item 15A, passes.
Excellent. We are now on 16A, resolution creating a charter revision commission and providing for an appointment procedure for members of the commission. Mr. Attorney, I guess you want to
I
go
guess
ahead
this
and-
is our item. It's that time. It's that time it's that time of the decade, I guess, or every 5 years or whatever. We need you guys to each appoint someone to the Charter Review Commission.
And we need to say who they are now.
Does it have to be right now? Yeah.
Yes. So from, why don't we go left to right? We'll begin with Councilman Sanchez. Who are you naming as your appointee to the Charter Revision Commission?
My appointee is former Councilwoman Marilyn Ruano.
Excellent.
You could do so much better than that. No.
Wow. Wow.
Marilyn
Wait
is a
till she
friend.
hears
I'm
about this.
I'm kidding. She's a friend.
And she's getting, you know what? I'm going to
She's
make
probably
sure
the
she's
best appointment.
There we go. Councilman Fernandez.
Kidding.
Very, very proudly, I'm appointing Lynn Matos.
Excellent. I am appointing Javier Lesoto. We'll temporarily pass up the vice mayor, Councilman Garcia.
I am appointing Homero Cruz.
Councilman Herzberg.
Hector Abad.
And Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
I'm appointing Dr. David Bennett.
All right, all good appointments. All very good appointments.
I guess, can somebody get a hold of the vice mayor and see who he's appointing?
We know, I know who Vice Mayor Morera is appointing, but Alexis.
Mayor, I think it may be prudent, since you're appointing here in a public meeting, that an amendment be proffered, that in the event that any one of you, your designee, for some reason has to come off, that you guys can appoint a replacement by designation, by notice to the clerk's office, instead of it having to come back in a public meeting.
Okay, well,
So that
first
is-
let's hear
so
from the
that
vice
there's no
mayor who-
debate.
But first, to complete the list, Mr. Vice Mayor, who are you appointing?
Ramiro Inguanzo.
Great choice. Okay, with that, now that we've named our appointees, I'll go ahead and proffer the amendment that in the event one of them is no longer able to continue to serve, that we can just appoint someone new by notifying the clerk.
Second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The amendment passes, and we're back on the main motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Item 16A passes. We are now on item 16D, a COND 2025-0386, requesting conditional use to operate a clinical research facility within an industrial district within the town by the Susanna Alonso, Director Susanna Alonso. This is a quasi-judicial public hearing. Let me get my handy-dandy rule sheet out.
All right, I've got to read something in.
Huh?
I've got to read something in.
Yes, that's right. Go ahead while I go ahead and pull out this rules.
All right, I'm going to proceed. Please be advised that the following items on the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Any person presenting documents to the board should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. This is going to be hearing number COND 2025-0386. The applicant is Panax Clinical Research LLC. It's regarding folio number 32-2013-034-0010, 5845 Northwest 158th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida 33014.
Okay, with that, this is the point where, Madam Clerk, please swear in all those who will be speaking in these proceedings.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Very well. And also for the record, I just want to state that I received the ex parte communications form from all the elected officials. None of them have had any communications, or so they stated.
All right, with that, the public hearing on item 16D is now open. Is anyone, not including the applicant, anyone wishing to speak on the item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, anyone online?
For record, no one is participating in the remote public comments.
All right, so the public hearing is now closed. And we will hear from the staff first to go ahead and make their case.
Good evening again, Susana Alonso for the Planning Department. This is a conditional use request from Panax Clinical Research. They're requesting conditional use to operate a 9,585 square foot location space in an industrial district. They're seeking conditional use to operate a clinical patient facility that has inpatient admissions. In other words, people that sleep there, around 15 inpatient admissions per month. And they, as per the letter of intent, is how staff is recommending approval with the conditions herein, and I'm going to let the applicant explain their operation.
Hi, my name is Maria Reveredo. I'm the CEO at Panax Clinical Research. We're currently located at 14600 Northwest 60th Avenue in the research industry, and we're looking to
I'm sorry,
relocate.
can you bring the mic just a little closer to you?
Sorry.
Thank you.
We're looking to relocate to this new facility to expand. Right now we have 5,000 square feet, and we need more space. So we're working with Graham to facilitate this location. It's now 15,000 square feet, and it's supposed to be split into 10,000 or 9,500, and the other unit will have the remaining amount. So what we do is we're a clinical research site, and we do clinical trials for the pharmaceutical companies. So there are times when patients come and they do outpatient visits and they leave. There are other times when they have to stay in-house and we have to observe the patients after we give them the new medication that's being marketed. So we do have 16 inpatient beds. We have 24-hour staffing when there is patients that have to stay overnight in our facilities. We have physician, nurse practitioners, and all of our staff is licensed or qualified to give care to the patients.
Thank you very much. With that,
I move.
Well, wait, hold on. Yeah. Again, this whole process before we get there. So with that, the applicant has made their presentation. Any participants may present their testimony. I just want to state for the record that I should not have closed the public hearing just yet. That's later, so the public hearing is still open. With that, there being no participants, now we go to the applicant, and therefore there's no cross-examination by the applicant. There's no one to cross. The staff does not want to cross anybody. Now, council, now's your chance to ask questions of the applicant or staff. Councilman Sanchez.
Due to the proximity to the high school across the street, is that a factor in determining if this is allowable within a certain amount of distance from a school?
Not in this case, no. Proximity to the school would be a factor if this was like a hospital, but this is a small operation that does not have any radius of operation requirements. The biggest concern here is whether or not, because they're sleeping there, whether or not this is going to be used as a long-term residential facility, or whether or not there's going to be patients that are going to be utilizing the area as a residential. But this is a completely closed facility as per their letter of intent, so there's not going to be any patients walking around on a regular basis, which is what we're going for.
So in other words, we shouldn't hear any complaints from Miami-Dade County Public Schools
We should
with
not.
having this across the street from
We
us?
should not.
Okay, all right. That's the only concern I have. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we now move to, staff rebuttal, but would you like to rebut anything? Okay. Would you like to rebut anything?
No.
Okay. I'm going through all the procedures here one at a time. All right, with that, the public hearing at this point is now closed. And now we can go ahead and have a motion on the table to go ahead.
Approve.
Second for discussion.
It's been moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Any discussion?
I'll just say that I have my best friend operates one of these, and they function within our rules, and I don't think there's going to be any issue about this.
Please tell Danny I said hi. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Thank you for choosing to stay and expand within our town.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 16D. Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
Item 16D passes.
Excellent. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Good night.
Okay, and congratulations. With that, we are now on item 16E, FY 2024-2025 year-end budget closeout by Budget Director Hernandez. Unless,
Yep,
Mr.
Mayor.
Manager, you want to fill in?
Yes,
Oh,
this,
okay, sure.
this is just the year-end budget closeout of last year's budget. It has nothing to do with this year's budget. So this is the closeout of last year's budget, and it's something that we're obligated to handle by November 30th at the latest.
I move to adopt.
It's been moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. Again, this is a resolution, right? So, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 16E passes. We are now on 16F, non-revolving line of credit. Mr. Manager?
Yes, this is as directed by the council to when we were going to propose to do a new solicitation for a new line of credit. It was recommended that we explore the option of just extending our existing line of credit, which we did. We were able to negotiate with Bank United for an extension. It is, we actually got a reduction in our interest rate of 25 basis points. The new draw period under the new terms is going to go from 30 months to 36 months. And we actually got a reduction in fees from the bank and the bank attorney of $20,000.
Is there a motion? Moved by the Vice Mayor. Is there a
Second.
second? Seconded by Councilman Sanchez. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 16F passes, bringing us now to 17A, my item on alternative revenue opportunity. Again, I think the memo is pretty specific enough as far as what I'm looking to do. This is solely to explore what legislation that would authorize these electronic billboards would look like. I have loaded it up with all sorts of restrictions, as you can see there. The intent here is that staff will obviously come back with more information as far as, for example, what would be the design standards and aesthetic standards that we would impose on these sites. Again, I want to emphasize that this only would permit for enough billboards that would meet the spacing requirements in state and county law, and that if for whatever reason there would be an opportunity for more than two, that would be denied because we are only operating up to a maximum of 2 of these electronic billboards. This would create an opportunity for us to finally get not only revenue share for our budget, but specifically what I would want to do is put part of it toward the Special Needs Advisory Board, which does not have a budget, is wholly reliant on the Mayor's Gala and its success or failure for their funds. I think this would give them, or be an opportunity to give them at least some, regular sources of funding, so as to take some of the pressure off the Gala, and perhaps the Gala also can fund other organizations as well in the future, depending on what comes with this. Another thing that I wanted to emphasize here is, again, this is there would also be a requirement that they provide appropriate documentation to verify what is being earned by these boards to make sure that we are getting our share of the revenue share that we're asking for, which I have here at 25% of their sales. That is the motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Seconded by the Vice Mayor. A discussion, beginning with the Vice Mayor.
Just a brief friendly amendment, which is within the staff's exploration whether the town owns any land that would satisfy your conditions.
That's an interesting point. I'll go ahead and I'll second that as part of the exploration. Everybody understood that? Yeah. All right. Any questions on the amendment before we get back to the main motion? Okay. So with that, all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The amendment passes, and we're back on the main motion as amended. Further discussion, Councilman Herzberg, and then Councilman Sanchez.
Just for transparency, I like the idea, I just don't like billboards, so I think it'll be a no, but let's see what staff comes up with.
It's not made of mulch, I promise you.
I know, I just want to be transparent that I mean, staff can change my mind, you can change my mind, but right now, I'm a no.
That's fair.
Through the chair.
Hold on. I had called out Councilman Sanchez first, and then we'll go over to you, Councilman Cuadra Garcia. Councilman Sanchez.
I reviewed this item, and I had somewhat difficulty wrapping my head around this just because of the restrictions that we have, and legal can attest to this, that we can dictate size and things like that, but not the content that goes on these billboards. You know, and that, to me, it can be a gray area. And not just that, it can create, if it's like a digital one, create more light pollution. And something that I very much enjoy coming into Miami Lakes and coming out of Hialeah and the neighboring communities is that we don't have that aesthetic of just billboards and marketing. You know, it's nice to get into town and the aesthetic is just trees and neighborhoods and things like that. So, you know, it's the first thing is what's going to go on the billboards, and do we have any say in what can go or not go? And that's something for
On that note, I have a question for the attorney. Mr. Attorney, can we regulate, are these commercial advertisers allowed to display pornography on the billboard?
I don't think so.
So, I mean, I would imagine that that's a regulation that prevents them from doing so, right?
What's the question in particular?
My question was, the councilman had a concern about content regulation.
Okay.
Right. Are these people permitted to advertise?
You can regulate content to some extent.
Well, so for example, you're driving through Hialeah and there's a billboard, I see it all the time, for La Bombita. You know, and that's not something that is, we've all seen it.
You can create regulations.
So that's not pornography, but it's not something I'd like to see advertised on a billboard in the town of Miami Lakes.
Correct.
You know, it's
well, I mean, to some extent,
the problem is, because of the Reed case, it's an area of the law that's in flux.
Well, I think in that case, though, it was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there was, if I recall correctly, that had to do with the regulations on the size of the signage and everything else was so profound in terms of the impact that it had on the text you can put on those signs, that it was considered a backdoor way of restricting speech. I don't recall if the speech at issue was religious, political, or commercial.
It was an advertisement for a church.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then I think that's an
know.
important factor because commercial speech receives less protection under the First Amendment, of course, compared to political or religious speech.
Directions on how to get to a church or something.
Yeah,
like
it was for like a rummage sale at a church.
Okay.
So there's two types of signs that you're usually dealing with in this neighborhood. One is your billboard signs, and the other one is your media signs or media billboards. Those are the ones that may be affixed to a building and may be digital in nature. Both are kind of regulated by FDOT, depending on if they're visual to a street or not. But both can also be regulated by the local municipality or the local government. So within certain framework, yes, you can regulate. Those
yeah,
signs.
and I think that's what the intent of this item is to, for sure have these restrictions that are listed in my memorandum, but then also to explore other things. So I would ask you, Councilman Sanchez, though, not to let that particular concern be an end-all, be-all. As far as the light pollution, I understand, but that's also why I restricted it to only certain areas abutting the Palmetto so that it would not have a negative impact. We already have a lighted billboard in an industrial area, which is in essence what these zoning districts are.
Miami Lakes Automall.
Yes, and that obviously is just for them to advertise themselves. This would obviously be different, but again, we could regulate the dimensions and everything else to avoid that issue of light pollution. Although I understand where you're coming from. Listen, I've grown up in this town for now 36 years. I remember what it was like before. Councilman Fernandez has also been nearby and part of the town for as longer. But, and listen, I really thought very long and hard about this, but I think that there is an opportunity here for us to be able to, help out our budget situation and help out an important committee here. So I would ask that we at least have the opportunity to explore it, before we just kill it outright, especially since your content concern, we can address that, when the item comes up again. Okay. I think it's safe to say, look, I can count votes. I can tell that this, may have some opposition, so it's entirely possible it'll die, but that's why I'm asking perhaps to let us go through this process and then let it die, if anything, in the future. That would be my request of my colleagues generally. Councilman Cuadra, okay.
If I just may.
Well, I apologize, Councilman Herzberg. The same way that I cut off Councilman Cuadra Garcia, I have to be fair. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, you have the
Thank you for
the
the
floor.
recognition. Basically, I kind of heard it. that it would be on our outskirts? It definitely wouldn't be,
Yes, it would be on our, well, it would be abutting the Palmetto Expressway, which could be on the outskirts, depending on where it's at, but it's limited to those zoning districts that are away from our residential areas.
yeah. Let's do a study and get back. Let's have,
That's
let's
the
have,
idea. Our staff come back
our
to us.
staff
Yeah.
come back and,
Thank you, Councilman Cuadra Garcia. Councilman Herzberg.
No, listen, I just want to be clear that if it comes back, I don't see myself approving, but I'm not going to stop staff from bringing it back to us. So I think we should move, proceed with the item to at least get staff to give us the details.
Through the chair.
Thank you, Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm open to it. I'd just like to see a little more openness on the, how we use the revenue. Like more, public safety, and just keep that avenue open to where our needs are. And, yeah, so if we can just keep that open, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, again, it is open because this is just, these were basically the bare minimum restrictions, as I think it's pretty clear based on just the amount of restrictions already loaded up into the memorandum that I struggled with this a lot. But I see other municipalities that are doing, being able to put the revenue they get from this to good use. And I, feel that especially after the tough budget year that we just went through, this is an opportune time.
If staff could, in looking into this, give us a visual to help us what it will look like, I would appreciate that, because turning the curve and seeing that would just, and as a visual, would it'd be easier for me to make that choice. But thank you so much. I'll be approving it to move forward.
For the exploration of it. Okay, with that, just be safe, Madam Clerk. Please call the roll on this one.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
Yes.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With that, we already took up 17B, so we're now in 17C by Councilman Herzberg, resolution in support of House Bill 115, property damage caused by limestone mining operations, by Representative Fabricio, 2026.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will, part of my motion now, I'll amend the resolution also, because by the time I gave this to the clerk, the Senate bill was not filed. Now the Senate bill has been filed. Senator Avila has filed Senate Bill 416, which is the same issue, property damage caused by limestone mining operations. So I will move that we approve the resolution as amended, including the Senate Bill 416, and transmit it as applicable.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries, and we are now on 17D, pathways to additional. Pathway to additional offices, which is my item. In the last campaign, I made promises to explore ways to add more police officers. Again, it's part of residents' continued desire to have a more visible police presence. As the mayor alluded to earlier, I think residents, in fact, I've heard compliments over the last 2-3 months in particular, that they're seeing a more visible presence out there, which is exactly what we want, and has taken off, in my opinion, some of the heat that I used to get. That where are our officers? I don't see them. Whatever they're doing is working now. But again, at some point, we will need to have more police officers on the street to make sure that response times stay at the right level of service that we want. So with this more specifically, what I want here is for the town administration to come back to us with more specific criteria that once these benchmarks are hit, this would be when we need to have the additional officers, right? Right now, the couple of discussions that we've had about adding more police have centered around the manager and the town major, they go through a review process every now and again, to determine whether more are necessary. But I kind of want to have more concrete metrics, which I think would also allow us to talk to the residents more accurately and more clearly about when new police officers should be added. And it also, I think, takes some of the politics out of it if we have these clearer metrics. So that is exactly what I'm asking for with this item. So that is my motion. It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion? All right.
Yes, actually,
Councilman Garcia.
Mayor, I agree with you 100%. I know I brought this up twice over the last couple of years with business, and the town looked into it. I know the manager looked into it. The metrics he used was service level, but a metrics that if we hit, automatically triggers us having to add officers is a great idea, and I think it's along a line of all of our commitments to public safety. So I'm going to happily vote yes on this.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 16D passes. We are now 17D. Pardon me. We are now in 17E, appropriation request by Councilman Sanchez.
Yes, first I need to amend my, the memo, down the second paragraph, a recommendation of 165,000, that number is incorrect. It's 115,000. Now I'm gonna fall back as to why. So as you all know, I've taken on my primary project for me is a traffic mitigation at Bob Graham Educational Center. And, you know, we've developed different ideas of implementing a higher fence in order to allow for earlier staging, but there's also a component of adding a third lane. So I am recommending taking a staggered approach where we first implement the fence and we come back at a later date, maybe a year down the line, in order to add the third row. But to do this, we do need funds. We need $50,000 for a study for the third lane and $65,000 for the removal of the existing fence and adding the new fence at a 6-foot height that would allow for the pre-staging that would move those cars off of our main streets and onto the property of Bob Graham Educational Center for allowing of easier flow of traffic. I've already spoken with Representative Alex Rizzo, and he is happy to sponsor this this appropriation request. So I move to have this appropriation request go through the process of Tallahassee. It is due on the 21st of November, so this is our last chance in order to get across the finish.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor, who will now lead us in the discussion.
I just want a point of clarification on the very last thing Councilman Sanchez said. So are we approving this, but then we're getting reimbursed by the state?
No.
Did I misunderstand that part?
Yeah, so this is asking the state for appropriations in order to do the study for the third lane and to build out the new fence.
Okay, so this is to modify our appropriations
Yes.
and our legislative
This is
priorities.
adding to that.
Okay.
But this would go through Representative Rizzo's office instead of Representative.
So no new money
Fabrici's.
out of our town budget?
Exactly.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
So did I just hear that no monies are coming from our? Okay, great. As long as we don't touch any of our residents' taxes, I'm okay.
Can you clarify the change from 165 down to 115?
Yes, I added up 115,000 plus 50, but the 115,000, it was my miscalculation, already includes the 50,000 for the study of the third lane and the 65,000 for the fence removal and replacement.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 17E passes. We're now on Yes, we're now on 17F, evaluation of cost savings and alternatives to decorative mulch and quarterly flower rotations. The councilman, sir, I think you need some counseling.
Okay, so I'm not going to talk about flowers because we already talked about that. Just mulch. Well, mulch is the $1 million question, guys. And look at the numbers. We're looking at over $1.1 million in 10 years, and that doesn't include inflation. All I'm asking for staff to do, we can decide if we want to kill it or not later. All I'm asking for staff to do is to see if it's a realistic possibility. Our biggest mulching is the pocket parks, right? Is it a realistic possibility to look at something else that's not yearly changed? Right now, it's yearly changed. The full-time budget, the full funded budget was every 6 months. That was $100,000 just to mulch the pocket parks. We cut that at the budget hearing. So all I'm asking is that staff comes back to us, evaluates what other options there are. Are there other options that make sense for majority pocket parks, and what the cost would be? There would be a capital cost at the beginning, and what the long-term savings, and then we can make a decision whether or not we want to do it. So that's my motion.
I'll second.
Sorry, I was looking at the mayor's gala photos. With that, okay. It's been moved and seconded by Councilman Fernandez. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 17F passes, and we are now in 17G by Councilman Sanchez sponsorship database. I'll check out the photos later.
Okay. So the background is that the town council has encouraged all town committees to seek sponsorships to offset in part or in full the costs associated with their initiatives. To facilitate this process, the town's communication department maintains an online sponsorship registration platform where local businesses can sign up for to receive notifications of upcoming events. Those events are categorized by type, including family, youth, cultural, senior, patriotic, and adult, to help businesses align their sponsorship interests with relevant community activities. My recommendation is to expand and strengthen the town sponsorship network. I recommend that a comprehensive list be compiled of all the sponsors who have already contributed to events in the last 5 years. This database would serve as a foundation for outreach efforts by town committees to reconnect with past sponsors and establish relationships with new ones. Additionally, outreach should target recently established businesses within the town, as well as businesses holding a valid business tax receipt or certificate of use that have not previously participated in sponsorships, potentially due to lack of awareness about available opportunities to sponsor. This proactive approach would enhance engagement with the business community and increase sponsorship participation across town programs and events. So
Second for discussion?
It's been moved by Councilman Sanchez, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
Yeah, just very briefly.
Go ahead.
My only concern, I love the idea. My only concern is, are we sending a message of your reward for sponsoring an event is that now you get put on a list to get contacted to sponsor again?
No, where this idea originally came from is, for example, there's a local business that is
There
is
has to
actually
be an
bringing
opt-out,
in.
is my main thing.
Right,
There
right.
has to be some sort of opt-out.
Well, that's illegal. There has to be an opt-out option. That's a legal component to it for a subscription-based email. But there's a local business that I'm actually bringing in as a sponsor for the reindeer run that has told me, I didn't know that these events happen, and I'd love to sponsor more because it brings publicity to my business. It's a local business, and they're about to be because of your challenge.
I support it.
So
as
they
long
want to know
as-
that this exists out there.
I support it as long as they have an opportunity to opt out and.
Yeah, it's not forced upon.
Yeah.
It's not forced upon.
Anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. 17G passes, and we are now on Mayor and Councilmember reports. Councilman Herzberg, you're recognized for your report in 18A.
Well, we're not going to finish the year and not talk about blasting. So first, just briefly, we've been at this for a year. It's been a pleasure working with everybody in the town staff. I definitely enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. Regarding rock mine blasting, obviously we have Fabricio and the senator have filed bills. Let's get on lobbying efforts. I'm looking at the possibility. We don't have a travel budget, but I'll send myself to Tallahassee at some point to do that. If I do, I'm happy to tell the clerk, and the clerk can let you know what dates I'm thinking of. I'll be going to the Miami-Dade delegation meeting on December 18th. And then regarding the litigation, there is a possibility this is not our last meeting. We might have to have a special call to discuss the litigation, trying to get something filed.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to have that special call.
Okay, so
there's
there
been
are
a lot of talk, and
Go
we've
ahead.
done a lot of work behind the scenes, and there's things that we need to discuss seriously. And when that time comes up, no, it's got to be a special call. We can't do an executive session because there's no litigation pending.
So just keep that in mind. Okay?
Yes, thank you, Councilman Herzberg, for that update. Everyone, again, this is our last meeting until next year. So good work. I was a little concerned we were going to finish after midnight tonight, given the pace of things, but we picked it up at the end.
Right.
With that, I wish you all a good night, and I'll see you guys in the new year. There being no further business, the town council meeting is now adjourned at 11:17 p.m.
I have permission till 3 in the morning, sir.